Good evening, and welcome back to Dreamward Stories. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Let your body settle into the bed, the chair, or wherever you are resting tonight. Let your shoulders soften, your breathing slow, and allow the day to gently fall away from you, one quiet thought at a time. Here at Dreamward Stories, we tell calm, immersive bedtime stories for adults. Stories made to help you relax, drift, and feel far from the noise of ordinary life. And as you settle in, I would love to know where you are listening from tonight. You can leave a little comment with your city, country, or simply the place where this story has found you. If this story helps you rest, a like is always appreciated. And if you would like more quiet stories to fall asleep to, you are warmly welcome to subscribe. Now, let the room grow still. Let the world soften, and let tonight's story lead you gently dreamward. On his final night inside the Great Library of Alexandria, an elderly librarian notices something that should not be there. A trail of salt scattered across the marble floor. It leads him beyond the familiar reading halls, into a forgotten wing, where an ancient scroll has waited in silence for decades. Wrapped in linen and carrying the scent of the distant sea, it holds a mystery that cannot be understood through reading alone. Before dawn, Theon must follow its path beyond the library walls, cross the moonlit harbor, and toward a place where the waves are said to remember every voice they have ever carried. On the final evening of his life among books, Theon found a trail of salt across the library floor. It was not much of a trail, only a few pale grains resting between the marble tiles, where the last light of day had entered through the western windows, and lay in long golden bands across the reading hall. A younger man might have passed without noticing them. A hurried man certainly would have. But Theon had spent more than 50 years noticing small things. He noticed when the fibers of a papyrus roll had begun to loosen before the damage could be seen. He noticed in the wick of an oil lamp needed trimming by the faintest trembling of its flame. He could tell, from the sound of a scholar unrolling a manuscript, whether the hands doing so were patient or careless. And he knew that salt did not belong in the western reading hall. The harbor lay beyond the palace quarter, beyond the gardens and colonnades, beyond the long avenue where merchants from 3 continents called to one another beneath painted awnings. The sea wind often reached the library, carrying the scent of water and ships, but the grains themselves seldom traveled so far. Theon stopped beside the nearest reading table. He leaned one hand against its smooth cedar edge and looked down. 5 or 6 white crystals rested in the narrow seam between the tiles. Another lay farther ahead, near the base of a column carved in the shape of bundled reeds. And another. They formed no straight path. They seemed instead to have fallen one by one from something being carried toward the oldest wing of the library. Theon bent slowly and touched one grain with the tip of his finger. It dissolved against his skin. Salt from somewhere in the city. A bell marked the end of the market day. Its sound traveled through the warm evening air, crossing courtyards and rooftops before entering the library as a softened note. Beyond the open windows, Alexandria was beginning its nightly transformation. Shopkeepers lowered wooden shutters. The donkeys moved patiently beneath baskets of grain. Sailors returned to their ships carrying bread, olives, and small clay jars of wine. Along the shore, the first harbor lamps were being lit. Within the library, however, the day had already ended. The scholars had gone. The scribes had covered their inkpots. The assistants had gathered discarded reed pens and swept the fragments of papyrus from beneath the copying desks. Only the lamps remained, their quiet flames reflected in polished floors and bronze fittings, None, only Theon remained to walk among them. He straightened and looked toward the far end of the hall. The entrance to the western wing stood beneath an arch of dark stone. Beyond it, the passage narrowed and curved out of sight. The rooms there were older than the grand reading halls, older than the marble courtyards and the painted ceilings, perhaps even older than the library's most careful records. Some said the first shelves had been built there when Alexandria itself was still new, while surveyors were measuring streets through sand and kings were imagining a city that might gather all the knowledge of the world. Theon had never believed every story told about the oldest wing. Libraries created legends as naturally as gardens created shade. Still, he had learned that even the most fanciful legend usually grew around a small, forgotten truth. He examined the salt once more. Then he lifted the lamp from the reading table. Its bronze handle had been warmed by the day. The flame bent briefly as he moved, then steadied behind its thin shield of horn. Theon followed the trail. Sandals whispered over the marble. He passed tables where philosophers had spent entire afternoons arguing in voices they considered quiet. He passed a window seat where a poet from Cyrene had once slept with his cheek resting on an unfinished hymn. He passed the alcove where, many years ago, Theon himself had first learned to sharpen a reed pen. The memory came gently, a boy of 12, thin and serious, sitting beneath the eye of an impatient copyist, a knife scraping along the reed, black ink staining his fingers. The first line he had ever copied had come from an old account of the Nile floods. He had written every letter too carefully, pressing so hard that the pen tore the papyrus. His teacher had looked at the damage and sighed. "You are not carving stone," the man had said. "The word already knows what shape it wishes to take. Your task is only to guide it there." Theon had remembered that sentence for the rest of his life. He had repeated it to dozens of apprentices, perhaps hundreds. Some had listened, some had not. Most had eventually gone elsewhere, to the records office, to the temples, to wealthy households, where a good copyist might earn more in one season than a librarian earned in 3. But Theon had remained. There had always been another scroll, mend, another catalogue to correct, another traveler arriving with a text copied from a monastery in the desert, or bought from a merchant in Rhodes, or carried across mountains in a leather tube wrapped against the rain. He had once believed the library endless, not because its walls continued forever, but because each book seemed to open into another. A history mentioned a lost city, a physician quoted an older physician. A map showed a river vanishing beyond the edge of known lands. Every answer created a quieter question behind it. And so the years had passed pleasantly, not quickly, never quickly. Years in a library did not pass like horses on a road. They accumulated like dust in the high corners, almost unseen, until one morning the light entered at a different angle and revealed how much had gathered. Theon reached the archway. Ere the salt trail disappeared, he raised the lamp. The western passage was empty. Its floor was not marble but worn limestone, slightly uneven beneath his sandals. The walls held shallow niches where small lamps had once burned. Most had been empty for years. A painted band ran near the ceiling, faded to the colors of dried herbs, red, blue, and a green so pale it was nearly gray. The air felt cooler within the passage. It smelled of stone, cedar chests, and old papyrus. Beneath those familiar scents, Theon detected something else, a faint trace of brine. He stood very still. The smell was not strong. It was not the sharp smell of fishmongers or wet ropes along the quay. It was cleaner and more distant, like the air at dawn when the tide moved against the harbor wall. Theon continued. The passage curved past the room of damaged texts, where rolls too fragile to handle were kept in cedar boxes. Beyond that lay the chamber of old maps, then the narrow stair leading down to the earliest storage rooms. Theon had been asked to inspect those rooms before leaving. That was how the keeper of the Moushen phrased it, "before leaving." He had not said retiring, nor had he said that the library would continue without him. Such things were no longer spoken plainly. Alexandria had changed many times in Theon's life. Kings had become memories. New officials occupied old palaces. The languages heard in the market had shifted like tides. Some scholars had traveled east. Others had gone to Rome. A few had withdrawn to quieter places, where books were fewer, but patrons more reliable. The library still stood. Its pillars still caught the dawn. Its courtyard still filled with birds. Yet whole sections had grown silent. Budgets were discussed more often than discoveries. Rooms were closed to save lamp oil. Shelves remained dusty, because there were no assistants left to clean them. Theon did not resent this. Cities, like men, pass through seasons. He had copied enough histories to know that no institution remained unchanged forever. Temples became storehouses. Palaces became schools. Fortresses became gardens. A building might outlive its first purpose and discover another. Wisdom did not vanish simply because it changed its dwelling. Still, when Theon had been told that his services would no longer be required after the final inventory, he had walked alone to the eastern courtyard and sat beneath the old sycamore tree until the evening shadows crossed the fountain. He had felt no anger, only a strange lightness, and beneath it a quiet ache. For most of his life he had known where each day would begin. Tomorrow he would not. Theon reached the map room and paused outside. The door stood slightly open. He was certain he had closed it that afternoon. The doors in the oldest wing were heavy, made of dark wood strengthened with bronze strips. They did not drift open in the breeze. Their hinges complained even when freshly oiled. Theon touched the edge of the door. It moved inward with a low wooden murmur. The room beyond was round, with narrow windows set high in the wall. Daylight seldom entered directly. Even at noon, the maps were viewed by lamplight. Tonight, the chamber appeared to be holding its breath. Rolled charts rested in clay tubes along the walls. Larger maps lay flat in shallow wooden drawers. A stone table stood at the center, marked by decades of ink, wax, and compass points. Above it hung a bronze model of the heavens. Rings within rings showed the wandering paths of the planets. The one of the rings had come loose, and now leaned at a gentle angle. Theon entered. Scent of salt grew stronger. He placed his lamp on the central table and waited for his eyes to adjust. Nothing appeared disturbed. The map drawers were closed. The storage tubes stood upright in their racks. A folded cloth remained beside the small basin used for cleaning dust from the hands before touching delicate work. Yet there, upon the stone table, lay an object Theon had not seen many years, a wooden tally. It was no longer than his palm, darkened with age and carved with three simple marks, a wave, a star, and an open eye. Theon picked it up carefully. Its edges had been smoothed by many hands. He knew the tally. It had once belonged to Callias, the keeper of the Western collection, and the closest thing Theon had known to a father within the library. Callias had been old even when Theon was young. He walked with a stoop and smelled of cedar resin. His beard had been white, his robes usually dusted with scraps of papyrus. He knew the location of texts that had never appeared in any catalogue and could recognize a manuscript's origin from the way its cord had been knotted. Theon had followed him through these rooms for nearly 20 years. Then one winter morning, Callias had failed to arrive. The tally had disappeared with him. Theon turned it over. Several lines had been scratched into the back. The writing was small. He brought it nearer the lamp. When the western lamps are few, and the last keeper walks alone, look where the sea was left unfinished. Theon read the words twice. The handwriting was unmistakable. Callias had formed the letter kappa like a small chair, and allowed every final sigma to trail slightly below the line. Theon had copied beside him for too many years to mistake it. He sat slowly on the stool beside the table. For a while he listened to the quiet of the room. A cart rolled along a distant street. Somewhere outside, a pigeon settled beneath the roof tiles. A lamp flame made a soft sound as a drop of oil reached the wick. Theon ran his thumb over the carved wave. The last keeper walks alone. Callias had written those words perhaps 30 years ago. At the time, the Western Wing had employed 4 librarians, 7 assistants, and more copyists, and Theon could now remember. Every table had been occupied. Every lamp had burned. How could Callias have known? Perhaps he had not. Perhaps the words referred to some old custom, or to a keeper long before them both. Yet the tally had appeared on the one evening when Theon was indeed walking the library alone. Theon did not feel afraid. He had spent his life surrounded by the thoughts of the dead. A note from an old teacher is not a ghostly thing. It was only another kind of page. Still, as he looked around the map room, he felt the gentle awakening of a curiosity he had not experienced in years. Look where the sea was left unfinished. Theon stood. Maps covered nearly every known wall of the chamber. There were charts of the Mediterranean, the Nile Delta, and the Red Sea. There were travelers' sketches of Arabia, India, and the lands beyond the Black Sea. One enormous map, painted on linen, showed the world as a circle surrounded by a great river. The sea appeared in all of them, finished in none, perhaps, for no map had ever truly completed it. Theon lifted his lamp and began his inspection. He opened the first of the wide drawers. Inside lay a painted chart of the coast west of Alexandria. The parchment had darkened, but the headlands remained clear. Small red dots indicated villages, where ships might find fresh water. Nothing appeared unusual. The next drawer held maps of islands. The next, river charts. He examined them without haste, closing each drawer before moving to the next. His hands performed the familiar movements automatically. Lift, support, observe, return. In the 7th drawer, he found the harbor plan of Alexandria. The linen sheet was fixed between 2 thin rods. Theon carried it to the central table and unrolled it beneath the lamp. The city had been drawn as it appeared nearly 2 centuries before. The long causeway reached toward the island of Pharos. The royal quarter occupied the eastern shore. Piers extended into the 2 harbors like fingers resting upon water. Tiny buildings had been drawn with careful brown lines. Gardens appeared as clusters of green. The lighthouse rose from the island in 3 painted stages, topped by a small yellow flame. Theon smiled faintly. The artist had made the lighthouse far larger than it would have appeared from above. Maps revealed affection as often as geography. He studied the sea. Most of it had been painted in pale blue wash, crossed by fine lines showing currents and depths. Small ships moved near the entrance to the great harbor. But in the center of the water, between Pharos and the city, a portion had been left blank, and not faded, blank. The linen there had never received color. The unfinished space was roughly oval, and no larger than Theon's hand. A narrow line extended from it toward the eastern edge of the map, though it ended before reaching the shore. Theon leaned closer. Within the blank area, almost invisible, someone had drawn the same 3 symbols carved on the tally: a wave, a star, an open eye. He placed the tally beside them. They matched exactly. For several moments, Theon felt as though Callias was standing behind him once again, waiting with patient amusement for his pupil to notice something that had been visible all along. Theon looked from the symbols to the unfinished line. It did not point toward the harbor. It pointed toward the library, more precisely, toward the western edge of the library gardens. Theon rolled the map halfway closed, then stopped. A memory had risen. Callias standing in the courtyard during a rainless summer. The old librarian was holding a clay cup, watching gardeners prune the myrtle hedges. Theon, still young enough to ask questions without first considering whether they were sensible, had asked why one wall of the courtyard was thicker than the others. Callias had glanced at him. Because, he had replied, some walls were once made to hold more than roofs. What did it hold? An older purpose. Theon had waited for more. Callias had sipped from his cup. When no explanation came, Theon had eventually returned to his work. He had not thought about the conversation in decades. Theon rolled the map and tucked it beneath one arm. He took the tally in his free hand and carried both into the passage. The western garden could be reached by the narrow stair beyond the storage rooms. Theon knew the route, though he had not used it for several years. He descended carefully. The stair turned 3 times. The air cooled with each level. Small niches held lamps, but only one still contained oil. Theon lit it from his own flame, leaving a pool of amber light behind him. At the foot of the stair stood a low corridor. The shelves here had been carved directly into the walls. Most were empty. A few held sealed jars containing fragments of manuscripts, too damaged to unroll. Theon passed them slowly. There was something restful about these oldest rooms. The noises of the city could not reach them. Even the harbor seemed far away. And yet the scent of the sea had grown unmistakable. It moved through the corridor like a breeze, though the air itself remained still. Salt and stone, cool water beneath moonlight. Theon followed it. The corridor ended at a small square chamber. No shelves remained within it. There was only a stone bench, and the wall painted with a faded coastal scene. Time had taken most of the image. A few blue waves survived near the floor. Above them, the outline of a ship had faded to a pale shadow. On the far side stood a narrow tower, perhaps an early image of the lighthouse. Theon set his lamp on the bench. The line from the map had pointed to this part of the library. He examined the painted wall. The plaster was cracked in several places, but one crack ran too evenly from ceiling to floor. Beside it, hidden within the remaining blue waves, was the shape of an open eye. Theon pressed his fingertips against the plaster. It felt solid. He traced the symbol. At its center, his finger found a shallow hollow. He pressed. Nothing happened. Theon smiled to himself. Old buildings rarely opened as easily as tales claimed. He set aside the map and lifted the lamp closer. A hollow was not a button but a small keyhole, almost filled with dust. The wooden tally lay in his hand. It was not shaped like a key, but along one edge, beneath the carved wave, a narrow bronze pin had been set into the wood. Theon had always assumed it was decorative. He turned the tally sideways and placed the pin into the opening. It fitted. It was no dramatic sound. Only a small internal click, followed by the soft settling of dust. A section of the painted wall shifted inward by the width of a finger. Theon waited. The chamber remained quiet. He placed both hands against the hidden panel and pushed. Stone moved over stone with a low, patient scrape. Behind it lay narrow recess. Theon raised the lamp. A single cedar shelf had been built into the darkness. Upon it rested a scroll. It was larger than an ordinary manuscript, wrapped in a covering of pale linen. The cloth had been tied with blue cord and sealed with a piece of dark green wax. Pressed into the wax were the same 3 symbols, The wave, the star, the open eye. Theon did not touch it immediately. He stood before the recess, listening to the soft beating of his own heart. The discovery did not feel like a treasure uncovered. It felt more like entering a room where someone had been quietly expecting him. He reached forward. The linen was cool beneath his fingers. As he lifted the scroll from the shelf, a few grains of salt fell from its folds and scattered across the floor. The trail in the reading hall. Theon understood. Someone had carried the scroll through the library that evening. Yet the dust around the hidden panel had not been disturbed until he opened it. He looked again at the recess. There were no footprints, no second passage, only the cedar shelf and the faint square mark where the scroll had rested for many years. Theon carried it to the stone bench. The scent of salt surrounded it, not the harsh smell of something preserved in brine, but the gentle, open fragrance of the sea wind beyond Pharos. He sat. The lamp flame leaned toward the scroll, though no breeze entered the chamber. For the first time Theon noticed something written along the edge of the linen covering. The ink had faded almost completely. He turned the scroll until the words entered the light. The keeper who has learned enough to let knowledge go. Theon rested the bundle across his knees. He read the sentence again. He had spent his life gathering words, repairing them, protecting them, placing them in order. When he was young, he had believed that every text should be saved. Every damaged fragment should be restored. Every missing line should be recovered if enough effort could be given. Age had softened that certainty. Some words survived because they were copied by 100 hands. Others survived in a single phrase remembered by a shepherd. Some were lost only to return in another form generations later, and some disappeared completely, leaving no wound in the world. Theon had come to understand that preservation was not the same as possession. Still, he had never willingly allowed a text to vanish. Not once. He looked down at the scroll. What could Callias have hidden here? And why had he left it for a keeper prepared to let knowledge go? Theon touched the dark green seal. The wax was marked with tiny white crystals. He could break it easily. A little pressure from his thumb would be enough. But something in the wording gave him pause. The note had not said to open the scroll, only to look where the sea was left unfinished. Perhaps the map held another instruction. Theon placed the wrapped scroll beside him and unrolled the harbor chart across the stone bench. The blank oval appeared almost silver in the lamplight. He studied the fine line leading toward the library. Now that he knew where it ended, he noticed another line extending from the opposite side of the blank space. This one had been painted in a wash so pale it was almost invisible. It traveled across the harbor toward Pharos, not toward the lighthouse, but toward a small cove on the island's southern shore. At the end of the line, the artist had drawn a crescent moon. Theon leaned back. The library was not the end of the map's path. It was the beginning. He looked at the scroll again. The moon had risen while he walked the library. Through the high opening above the stair, a faint silver glow now touched the upper wall. The harbor would be quiet at this hour. The last ferry to Pharos had already departed, but small fishing boats still moved between the island and the city. Theon knew several boatmen who remembered him from his years collecting shipping records at the customs house. He could go. There was no one waiting at his rooms, no appointment tomorrow morning. For the first time in half a century, the coming hours belonged entirely to him, yet he did not rise. Not yet. Instead, Theon sat in the hidden chamber with the map spread beside him, and the salt-scented scroll resting across his knees. He allowed the quiet to gather. Above him, the great library settled into night. Wooden shelves cooled, papyrus loosened softly within its cords. Oil lamps burned lower in the distant reading rooms. Beyond the thick walls, Alexandria breathed beneath the moon. The city's streets sloped gently toward the water. The harbor lights trembled upon the waves. Somewhere along the quay, a sailor sang a slow song while folding a net. Theon closed his eyes. The sound reached him only faintly, or perhaps it was not the sailor he heard. Perhaps it was the sea itself, moving within the scroll. He had read descriptions of every coast known to the geographers. He had copied accounts of storms, tides, islands, and creatures said to live in waters beyond the Pillars of Heracles. Yet Theon had rarely traveled farther than the edge of Alexandria. The sea had always been close, visible from rooftops, carried in the city air, heard beyond the palace walls. But he had known it mostly through words. He wondered whether that was why Callias had chosen him, not because Theon knew the sea, but because he did not. He opened his eyes. The flame beside him had become small and steady. Theon wrapped the harbor map carefully around its wooden rod. He returned the tally to the fold of his robe, and lifted the scroll. He would not break the seal in the hidden room. Whatever waited inside had been placed upon a path, and the path continued toward the moonlit harbor. Theon carried the scroll up the narrow stair. He extinguished the lamp in the wall niche as he passed, leaving the lower corridor to its long, familiar darkness. At the entrance to the map room, he stopped to look back. Nothing moved. The old wing seemed unchanged. Yet the night no longer felt like an ending. It felt like the quiet turning of a page. Theon walked through the western passage, beneath the faded bands of red and blue, and entered the great reading hall once more. The scattered grains of salt shone between the marble tiles. He followed them toward the eastern doors. One by one he lowered the lamps as he passed, leaving only enough light to guide his return. The library grew softer behind him. Its columns faded into shadow. Its shelves became long, peaceful shapes beneath the moon. At the final doorway, Theon turned. For more than 50 years, this building had held nearly everything he understood about the world. Not on his last night within it. The library had given him something that could not be read at a desk. He bowed his head to the silent hall. Then he stepped into the courtyard. The garden lay beneath silver light. Myrtle leaves stirred in the sea wind. Water slipped quietly from the fountain into its basin. Above the roof line, the uppermost fire of the lighthouse shone against the dark sky. Theon held the scroll close to his chest. Its linen covering felt cool. Within it, something shifted with the softness of a distant wave. And so the last librarian of Alexandria began his slow walk toward the sea. The scroll seemed to grow lighter as Theon crossed the courtyard. At first he thought this was only the relief of movement, the body adjusting to a burden once it had been carried for several steps. Yet by the time he passed beneath the stone arch leading from the library gardens, the wrapped bundle no longer felt like a heavy roll of papyrus resting against his chest. It felt almost hollow, not empty. There was a difference. An empty vessel gave nothing back to the hands that held it. The scroll seemed to contain a quiet depth, like a shell lifted from a beach long after the tide had gone out. Its weight shifted subtly with the rhythm of Theon's walking, and every so often he felt, through the pale linen, a suggestion of something moving within. Not a creature, not any solid object, only a slow inward motion, like water drawing itself back from sand. Theon stepped into the sleeping city. Behind him, the library's entrance stood framed by columns and moonlight. The upper windows were dark now. The lamps he had lowered in the reading halls had become faint amber points, barely visible through the carved screens. For a moment he imagined turning back. He could return the scroll to the hidden shelf, close the painted wall, and leave the mystery where Callias had placed it. No one would know. The room might remain undiscovered for another generation, or perhaps until the building itself changed beyond recognition. The thought did not frighten him. There would have been a certain peace in it. Theon had spent his life respecting the closed book as much as the open one. Sealed text was not an insult to knowledge. Sometimes it was an act of patience. But the map had continued beyond the library, and Callias had written of the last keeper walking alone. The words did not command Theon to remain, so he turned toward the harbor. The avenue beyond the Moutian was broad and pale beneath the moon. During the day it carried officials, scholars, merchants, and visitors arriving from ships. Tonight, only a pair of watchmen stood beneath a portico, speaking softly beside a brazier. They glanced at Theon as he passed. One of them inclined his head. Theon returned the greeting and continued. The city had not become silent. Alexandria was too closely joined to the sea for complete silence. Even at night, ropes tightened against wooden posts. Water touched the harbor walls. Somewhere beyond the houses, a ship's timber gave a long, gentle creak as it settled with the tide. But the sounds were softened. Without the voices of the market and the wheels of carts, each noise seemed to occupy its own clear space. Theon heard his sandals touching the stone. He heard the rustle of palm leaves above a garden wall. He heard water being poured into a basin in an upper courtyard, followed by the faint closing of a shutter. He passed a row of merchants' stalls, covered with striped cloth. Small clay weights remained on the counters, where sellers had measured grain and spices. The warm daytime scents had faded, though traces still remained. Coriander, dried figs, cumin, olive oil, and the sweet resin used to seal imported jars. A ginger-colored cat slept upon a folded awning. It opened one eye as Theon passed, and then, finding nothing troublesome in the elderly librarian or his rapt scroll, returned to sleep. Farther on, a bakery was closing for the night. The oven had been covered, but warmth still breathed through the doorway. The smell of cooling bread drifted into the street, round and comforting. A young assistant stood outside sweeping flour from the threshold. He paused when he saw Theon. "Master Theon?" Theon recognized him after a moment. The boy had once delivered flatbread to the copying rooms during a season when the library kitchen was being repaired. "Good evening, Petosiris." The assistant looked pleased that his name had been remembered. "You are working late." "Not working," Theon said. The answer felt unfamiliar. The young man rested both hands upon the broom. "Then you must be going somewhere." Theon looked toward the end of the avenue, where the upper fire of the lighthouse could be seen between the rooftops. "Yes," he said, "I believe I am." Petosiris followed his gaze, though he did not ask where. Instead, he reached into a basket beside the doorway and removed a small round loaf. "It is yesterday's baking," he said, "but still good." Theon accepted it with thanks. The bread was warm from having rested near the oven. He tucked it beneath one arm, beside the scroll, and continued on. For many years he had walked these streets with a purpose that could be written down. Deliver a catalogue, consult a physician's manuscript, collect a borrowed text, meet a scholar newly arrived from Antioch. The night's purpose was less certain, yet it did not feel less real. City seemed different when he was not passing through it on behalf of the library. Courtyards, fountains, and narrow side streets no longer appeared as spaces between one task and another. They existed for themselves, a vine trailing over a plaster wall, a lamp burning beside a household shrine, a bowl left outside for a stray animal, a sleeping child's wooden cart standing near a doorway. These things required no record, no catalogue contained them. Still, they belonged to the knowledge of the world. Theon walked more slowly. The sea wind strengthened as he descended toward the harbor district. It entered the avenue in cool breaths, lifting the loose edge of his robe and carrying the smell of damp stone. The salt scent of the scroll mingled with it. For several moments, Theon could no longer tell which fragrance came from the harbor and which came from the linen bundle in his arms. Near the lower market, the avenue divided. To the east lay the royal harbor and the buildings where officials inspected goods arriving from distant ports. To the west lay the public quays, the ferry landings and the smaller workshops of sailmakers, rope-makers, and shipwrights. Theon turned west. The market here had closed hours before, but evidence of the day remained everywhere. Empty fish baskets had been stacked beside a fountain. Nets hung to dry from wooden beams. A merchant-s painted sign moved softly on its cord. The stone beneath Theon's feet had been worn smooth by countless sandals, cartwheels, and the dragging of cargo from ship to storehouse. A lighthouse appeared and disappeared between the buildings. Each time it returned, it seemed larger. Its fire shone steadily above Pharos, high enough to resemble a second moon placed nearer the earth. A light did not sweep across the water as a beam. It burned from the summit, reflected by polished surfaces, and carried outward into the night. Sailors said it could be seen long before the coastline itself emerged. To Theon, it had always seemed less like a warning than a promise. There is land here. There is a harbor. The sea is not endless. At the public landing, he found the gates closed. A thick rope had been drawn across the steps, and a wooden tablet announced that the final ferry had departed at the second evening watch. Theon stood before it, unsurprised. He had known the ferries would be finished. Still, some part of him had hoped one might be delayed. Beyond the barrier, several broad ferryboats rested against the quay, their oars secured and their coverings drawn. No lanterns burned upon them. Farther down the waterline, however, smaller lights moved. Fishing vessels were returning. A narrow cargo boat crossed slowly beneath the moon, guided by two men with long poles. Theon followed the quay. The scroll remained quiet against his chest. He passed a boat repair shed where the smell of pitch and cut wood lingered beneath the roof. Beyond it, a group of sailors sat around a low lamp, speaking in tired murmurs, while mending a torn net. None looked ready to return to the water. Theon continued until the paving stones gave way to a rougher path beside the smaller moorings. There, at the end of a narrow pier, an old man was drawing a blue-painted boat closer to the steps. The vessel was small enough to be managed by one person. A folded sail lay beneath the forward bench, and two short oars rested across the middle. The boatman moved carefully, placing each foot as if he and the pier had long ago agreed upon a rhythm. His beard was iron-gray. Faded red cloth covered his head. Around one wrist he wore a cord threaded with 3 small shells. Theon stopped at the top of the steps. "Would you be willing to cross to Pharos tonight?" The boatman secured the rope before looking up. "The ferries have ended. I know. The tide is turning. I can wait, if needed." The man studied him. His gaze moved from Theon's face to the linen-wrapped scroll, and then back again. "The southern landing, if possible." The boatman climbed one step higher. Moonlight touched the lines around his eyes. "You are Theon of the library." It was not a question. Theon searched the man's face. "I am." The boatman smiled, though only slightly. "You read my mother's letter." Theon remembered many letters. Merchants brought them far ports. Soldiers sent them home. Sons dictated apologies to fathers. Wives sent news to husbands, whose ships might not return for a year. Some recipients could not read. On quiet afternoons, Theon had sometimes been asked to lend his voice to words carried across distances. "Your mother," he said slowly. Is her name Thalia? The boatman's smile deepened. She sent the letter from Naucratis. She had gone to care for her sister. I remember that she complained about the heat. She always complained about the heat. And she asked you to repair the courtyard cistern before the rains. The boatman laughed softly. I did not repair it. No, Theon said. I suspected you might not. She returned and made me do it herself. The two men stood for a moment, with the easy recognition of people who had shared one small hour many years before. My name is Damon, the boatman said. Though I do not think I told you that night. The letter mattered more than the name. It mattered to her. Damon looked toward Pharos. It can take you across. Theon reached for the small purse at his belt. Damon raised one hand. You gave my mother her own voice, and she was far away. Let the crossing repay it. Theon did not argue. Some gifts became smaller when refused too firmly. Damon steadied the boat while Theon descended the steps. The movement required care. Theon placed one hand on the boatman's shoulder and stepped onto the rear bench. The vessel shifted beneath him, then settled. Damon placed the bread and scroll beneath the protection of a small woven canopy near the center of the boat. His hand paused over the linen. He inhaled once. That has traveled by sea, perhaps. Not recently. No, Damon did not ask more. He untied the rope, pushed away from the pier, and lowered the oars. The boat entered the harbor. At first, it remained near the shore, passing sleeping vessels secured in close rows. The hulls rose around them like dark houses. Ropes descended into the water. Furled sails hung beneath crossbeams. From one deck came the faint smell of oranges, stored in wicker crates. A small lamp burned aboard a merchant ship. Beside it, a sailor slept wrapped in a woolen cloak, his back against a coil of rope. Damon guided the boat through the narrow spaces, without touching either side. His oars entered the water with barely a splash. Once they cleared the moorings, a harbor opened before them. Theon had seen it from the shore every day of his life. From the water, it became another place entirely. Alexandria stretched along the coast in a long curve of roofs, towers, columns, and darkened gardens. Lamps marked the larger streets. The royal buildings stood pale beneath the moon. Temple roofs arose above clusters of houses. Farther inland, the city softened into darkness. A library was visible only because Theon knew where to look. Its upper colonnade appeared between two larger buildings, washed in silver light. From this distance, it seemed modest, almost delicate. He had never thought of it as small. Within its rooms, the world had appeared immeasurable. Yet from the harbor, the entire building could be covered by the width of his hand. Theon lifted his palm and held it before the shore. For a few seconds, the library disappeared behind it. Lowered his hand. There it was again. A place could be both vast and small, depending on where one stood. Damon rowed in silence. The steady motion of the oars eased the boat across the dark surface. The lighthouse grew higher ahead, its stone walls bright beneath the moon. The base spread broadly across the island. Above it rose the narrower second level, and above that the circular summit where the fire burned. Theon had copied measurements of the tower. He had read accounts of its construction. He knew the names of architects associated with it, and the quantity of stone, said to have been carried from distant quarries. None of those records captured the feeling of approaching it by water at night. It seemed less like something built than something patiently revealed. Wind touched the side of Theon's face. He leaned back beneath the small canopy. A scroll rested beside him. Its scent had grown stronger. Damon noticed. He turned his head slightly. "Do you smell it?" "Yes. It is not from the harbor." "I do not think so." Damon rested the oars across the boat. For several breaths, The vessel continued forward on its own momentum. The water around them became smooth. The change happened so gradually that Theon might not have noticed without the sudden silence beneath the hull. The small waves that had followed them from the quay faded. The boat no longer rocked. They seemed to be resting upon a surface of dark polished stone. Damon looked over the side. The tide does not do this. Above them a bank of thin clouds moved across the sky. Several stars disappeared, yet in the water beside the scroll their reflections remained. Theon leaned closer. Points of light gathered beneath the surface. Clear and steady, they formed no familiar constellation. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, 7 of them arranged themselves into the curve of an open eye. At its center, a single star glowed. Theon reached for the wooden tally beneath his robe. He held it above the water. The carved eye matched the reflection. Damon made no sound. The eye remained for several breaths. Then one of the harbor waves returned, passing gently beneath the boat. Reflected stars separated, moving outward in broken lines. The clouds shifted. The sky became visible again. Damon took up the oars. "You have seen that before?" Theon asked. "Not exactly, but something like it." The boatmen began rowing, slower now. "When I was a child, the fishermen spoke about a patch of water near the southern side of Pharos. They called it the listening place. Why? No one agreed. Damon's oars dipped beneath the surface. My grandfather said sounds carried strangely there. A man could whisper from the rocks, and someone in a boat far offshore might hear him clearly. And others. Had the water remembered voices? Theon looked toward the island. The southern shore remained hidden behind the bulk of the lighthouse. Did you believe them? As a child, yes. Then I grew old enough to believe I had outgrown such stories. And now, Damon considered, now I have grown older still. Theon smiled. The boat moved onward. Damon spoke only after several more strokes. Some sailors left small offerings in the cove before long journeys, not to a god exactly, at least not one whose name they spoke. They left bread, oil, or a written word. A written word, a name, a place they hoped to see again, sometimes something they wished to see to carry away. Theon rested his hand upon the scroll. What became of the offerings? The bread disappeared. The oil washed from the bowls. As for the words, no one returned to collect them. 2 sailors still go there. Few. The path from the landing has become difficult, and men prefer new shrines when the old ones stop explaining themselves. Theon looked back toward the city. The library lamps had almost vanished. "Did you ever see an elderly man there?" he asked. "Many years ago. White beard, a stoop in his shoulders. He may have carried a wooden tally carved with a wave, a star, and an open eye." Damon's rowing slowed. "How many years?" "Nearly 30. The boatmen looked toward Theon. "I was young then, and my father still worked these waters. There was a librarian who came after midnight, Meotmon." Theon felt no shock. The answer settled inside him with a sense of quiet recognition. "Was his name Calais?" "I did not hear it. He spoke little. My father carried him to the southern steps. Did he have a scroll?" "A cedar case." Damon nodded toward the bundle beneath their canopy. "Longer than yours, bound with blue cord." Theon looked down. The cord around his scroll was faded, but still unmistakably blue. "What happened after you brought him across?" "My father waited near the landing." The librarian walked toward the cove. He returned before dawn without the case. Damon's voice remained calm, but it had grown more thoughtful. "He asked my father for a piece of wood. Any small piece would do. My father gave him part of a broken oar. The librarian carved 3 signs into it. while we cross back to the city. The tally, perhaps. Theon ran his thumb over the carved symbols beneath his robe. Did Callias say why he had gone? He said only that another keeper would need the road one day. Theon looked at the lighthouse. Its summit burned above them, steady and golden. Callias had not simply hidden the scroll and hoped it would be found. He had traveled to Pharos. He had carried something to the cove and returned without it. Then, during the crossing back to Alexandria, he had carved the tally Theon now possessed. The path had been prepared in stages. The map, the hidden chamber, the scroll, the boat crossing. Each waited for the next. Theon felt again the uncertainty that had followed him from the library. But it had changed. Until tonight, he had imagined his years of copying and cataloging as a long completed duty. A good duty, useful one, but completed. Now those same years seemed to form a road beneath him. His patience with damaged text, his memory for symbols, his knowledge of Callias' hand, even his habit of noticing grains of salt between marble tiles. Perhaps none of these had been preparation in any deliberate sense. Life rarely arranged itself so neatly, yet they had brought him here. That was enough. Damon guided the boat around a line of rocks, extending from Pharos. The sheltered harbor fell behind them, and the sea breathed more freely. The waves were still gentle, but they rose and lowered the small vessel with a broader rhythm. Theon watched the moonlit water. A scroll no longer moved beneath its linen. It seemed to be waiting. They approached the southern landing, little more than a flight of old stone steps descending into the sea. A rusted ring had been fixed into the wall, and Damon looped the rope through it. Above the steps stood several low warehouses. Their doors were closed. Clay jars had been arranged beneath awnings, each sealed for morning transport. Fishing boats rested upside down on wooden supports. Nets lay folded beside them, but dark with moisture. No one else was awake. The lighthouse rose behind the buildings, so immense at this distance that Theon had to lean back to see the summit. The flame above was hidden by the stone ledge, though its light colored the upper air. Damon climbed onto the steps and steadied the boat. Theon gathered the bread and scroll. As he stepped ashore, his knees reminded him of the miles he had already walked. He paused, allowing the stiffness to pass. Damon remained beside the boat. "The cove lies beyond the southern wall," he said. "Follow the old storehouses until the paving ends. You will see steps cut into the rock." "Will you wait?" Theon asked the question quietly. He did not know how long the path would take, or what the cove required of him. Damon looked at the tide line. "I will wait until the moon reaches the western edge of the lighthouse." "And after that?" "After that, I will still wait." Theon smiled. He broke the small loaf Patosaurus had given him, and offered half to the boatman. They ate standing beside the water. The bread was slightly dry, but the center retained warmth. Damon produced 2 olives from a pouch at his belt, and gave one to Theon. No more was said about the scroll. When they had finished, Theon thanked him, and began walking south. The island-esque buildings stood close together near the landing. Storehouses formed narrow corridors, where the sea wind passed between walls in cool streams. Theon moved beneath hanging ropes and wooden beams. Through open gaps, he glimpsed the water. The city of Alexandria remained visible across the harbor, though distance had softened it into a band of pale stone and scattered lamps. The route climbed gently. Theon passed the base of the lighthouse. The blocks of stone were larger than rooms. Their surfaces had been worn smooth by wind and salt. Small doors opened into storage chambers, and stairways used by keepers maintained the summit fire. A night attendant sat on a stool beneath an arch, wrapped in a cloak. He was asleep. a covered lantern resting near his feet. Theon continued without waking him. The lighthouse hummed. It was not truly a sound. Rather, Theon felt the presence of the tower through the stone beneath his sandals. Faint vibration of wind passing over its heights, fire drawing air through the upper chambers, and the sea striking the island as foundations. He placed one hand upon the wall. The stone was warm. For a moment he thought of the library's columns. The two buildings had always seemed opposite in purpose. One gathered the words of the world inward. The other cast light outward. Yet both existed to guide those traveling through uncertainty. Theon removed his hand, followed the southern wall. The paving narrowed. Warehouses gave way to small huts used by fishermen during the busier seasons. Most were empty now. A wooden cup rested upside down on one windowsill. A pair of sandals had been left beside a doorway. Beyond the huts, the path became rough. Moonlight lay upon the stones. Theon unrolled the harbor map just enough to inspect the southern edge of Pharos. The faint line led beyond the last mock building and ended near the crescent moon. He rolled it again. At the end of the path, he found a neglected shrine. It stood beneath a weathered canopy supported by two short columns. The statue that had once occupied the central niche was gone. Only its stone feet remained. Around the empty space, sailors had placed small objects: a shell, a clay bead, a broken bronze hook, a strip of faded cloth tied around a nail. The offerings were old. Dust and salt had gathered over them. Theon raised his lamp. Along the base of the niche ran a carved border of waves. Most had been worn shallow, but one still held its original shape. Inside its curl was a tiny star, and at the center of the star, almost hidden beneath salt, was an open eye. Theon touched the carving. Below it, someone had scratched several words. The letters were faint, but he recognized Callias's hand. The first road was written. The second must be heard. Theon read the line without surprise. Callias had stood here. Perhaps he had rested one hand upon the same stone. The question of whether the path had been deliberate was answered. Every step had been placed for someone to follow. Theon looked around the shrine. There was no further message. He closed his eyes and listened. The sea moved below the cliffs. Wind passed through the empty niche. Far behind him, the lighthouse fire gave a low, distant crackle. Nothing else. The second must be heard. Theon walked around the shrine and found a descending stairway partly hidden by reeds and wind-blown sand. The steps had been cut directly into the rock. It curved downward, along the outer edge of the island, where the lighthouse could no longer be seen. Theon placed one hand against the cliff and descended. The air grew cooler. Each step was smooth in the center from generations of feet. Some were damp with spray. Theon moved carefully, holding the lamp low. The scroll rested beneath his opposite arm. The scent of salt was now indistinguishable from the cove itself. At the bottom of the stair, the path opened. The listening place lay before him. It was smaller than he had expected. A narrow crescent of pale sand curved between two arms of dark rock. The water entered quietly, spreading into a shallow pool before retreating beneath a natural stone arch. Moonlight reached the cove through the opening overhead. No lamps burned. No offerings lay upon the shore. The place appeared untouched, yet it did not feel abandoned. The rocks held the night's warmth. Small white shells formed lines along the sand. Seagrass moved in the shallow water with each gentle tide. Theon stepped onto the beach. The sound changed immediately. Waves outside the cove could still be heard, but here they seemed deeper and more distant, as if moving through a great hidden chamber beneath the island. Each incoming wash of water carried a soft murmur. Each retreating wave answered it. Theon stood still. The sound was not speech, yet it possessed the shape of speech. the rise and fall of a voice too old or too distant to understand. He remembered Damon's story. The water remembered voices. At the far end of the cove stood a low stone seat, beside a carved altar. Theon crossed the sand. The altar was no higher than his knee. Its upper surface sloped gently toward the sea. A narrow channel had been cut into it, ending in a shallow circular hollow. 3 symbols surrounded the hollow: the wave, the star, the open eye. Theon placed his lamp upon the stone seat. The flame shortened in the sea wind, then steadied. An inscription covered the front of the altar. Salt had filled the letters, making them pale against the darker rock. Theon knelt slowly. His knees resisted, but the sand beneath him was soft. Brushed the salt from the inscription. The words were older than Callias's message. The forms of several letters belonged to a style Theon had seen only in early copies. He read them carefully. Bring no demand to the water. Bring no answer you are unwilling to lose. When the moon rests within the sea and the fire above closes its eye, place the memory where both may touch it. Theon sat back. He looked toward the mouth of the cove. The moon hung above the eastern water, its reflection broken by the movement of the waves. It had not yet lowered enough to rest within the narrow pool. The fire above closes its eye. The lighthouse flame would not be extinguished before dawn. But from within the cove, the tower itself was hidden by rock. Perhaps there would come a moment when the reflected fire disappeared from the water. Theon examined the altar again. The circular hollow was the same width as the dark green seal upon the scroll. He did not place it there. Not yet. The inscription was clear: the moon and the lighthouse to meet in some particular way. He rose and moved to the stone seat. From there he could see the cove, the narrow opening, and a small portion of the open sea beyond. Theon rested the scroll across his lap. It remained sealed. For the first time that night, he allowed himself to feel tired. The weariness had been waiting patiently beneath his curiosity. It lived in his feet and knees, in his shoulders and the hand that had carried the lamp. It was not unpleasant. It was the honest tiredness of a long walk taken for a worthwhile reason. Theon leaned against the rock. The sea breathed in. The sea breathed out. He matched his own breathing to it. On the sand near his feet, a thin line of water crept closer with each tide. The moon's reflection lengthened. Theon thought of Callias traveling to the same place 30 years earlier. He wondered what the old librarian had carried in the cedar case. Perhaps another scroll, perhaps the same scroll in a different covering, perhaps something that had never belonged in a library at all. He imagined Callias sitting upon this stone seat, shoulders stooped, white beard moving in the wind. Had he felt uncertain? Had he thought of Theon, still young enough to believe every answer should be preserved? Theon looked down at the words upon the linen. To the keeper who has learned enough to let knowledge go. Callias could not have given him the scroll then. Theon would have opened it immediately, not from greed, from devotion. He would have believed that knowledge honored itself, through being read, copied, and placed upon a shelf, where others might reach it. He had needed 30 years to understand the gentler truth. Some things were not diminished by remaining unknown. Some wisdom entered the world through release rather than preservation. The tide advanced. A narrow wash of water reached the lowest edge of the altar and retreated. The circular hollow remained dry. Theon unfolded the remaining half of the bread and ate a small piece. The simple taste grounded him. He set another piece upon the altar, remembering Damon's story of sailors leaving offerings before journeys. A wave reached it a few moments later. The bread darkened, lifted, and drifted into the shallow pool. It did not move toward the open sea. Instead, the water carried it in a slow circle around the altar, before drawing it beneath the stone arch. Theon watched until it disappeared. The lamp beside him burned lower. He considered adding oil, then decided against it. There was enough. Above the cove, the night continued without hurry. Clouds crossed the moon. Stars appeared between them. Theon heard no voices from the path, and no boat approaching the shore. Dimimwan waited somewhere beyond the rocks, patient beside his blue-painted vessel. Theon was not alone. The thought came without urgency. The librarian he had been would have said he was alone in the cove. No other person sat beside him. No companion spoke, but the sea surrounded the island. The lighthouse kept its fire. Damon waited at the landing. Alexandria rested across the harbor, and the library stood where he had left it, filled with the patient words of people long gone. A person could be solitary without being abandoned. Theon closed his eyes. He listened. At first there were only waves. Then, beneath them, he heard a faint repeating tone. It came each time the water entered the stone arch. 3 notes. The first low, the second slightly higher, the third so soft it was almost imagined. Wave, star, eye. Theon opened his eyes. Moonlight now filled more of the cove. The reflection had drawn close to the altar, though the moon itself remained high above the horizon. Something else appeared upon the water, a long golden line, the lighthouse fire. Though the tower could not be seen from the cove, its light had reached the sea beyond the rocks, and entered through the narrow opening as a trembling reflection. Silver moonlight and golden fire rested upon separate parts of the pool. The inscription began to make sense. When the moon rests within the sea and the fire above closes its eye, the 2 reflections would move as the tide and sky changed. At some point, perhaps only for a few breaths, one would cover the other. The golden line traveled gradually toward the center of the cove. Theon placed one hand over the scroll. It had grown warm, not with the warmth of the night. The linen felt as if it had rested in sunlight. Beneath his palm came the familiar inward motion of a withdrawing wave. He did not loosen the blue cord. He did not touch the green seal. Instead, he waited. Theon had spent his life waiting beside words, waiting for ink to dry, waiting for damaged fibers to soften beneath careful moisture, waiting for a scholar to return a borrowed volume, waiting full meaning to emerge from a sentence copied by an uncertain hand. He knew how to wait without becoming impatient. The silver reflection reached the altar first. Moonlight filled the circular hollow. The salt within it shone white. The golden line came nearer. Theon watched the water rather than the sky. He understood now that the natural sign would not appear above him. It would be written upon the surface of the sea. The lighthouse reflection trembled at the edge of the moonlight. For an instant, the gold and silver touched. Then a wave separated them. Theon breathed slowly. The next wave drew them together again. This time, the golden line crossed the center of the silver path. The reflection resembled a bright eye opening upon the water. Theon reached for the scroll. Before he could lift it, the firelight shifted behind a passing wave and vanished. The golden eye closed. The cove became silver. Theon looked at the altar. The circular hollow remained filled with moonlight. The inscription's meaning settled quietly within him. The sighing was beginning, but it was not yet complete. The tide had not reached the carved line running beneath the altar. The moon's reflection still trembled beyond the hollow. The lighthouse fire had closed its eye only for a breath. Theon returned his hands to the scroll. He would wait until all 3 signs met. The moon in the sea, the fire's eye closed, the tide touching the final mark. Only then could the memory be placed where both light and water might reach it. He leaned back against the rock. The uncertainty he had carried from the library no longer felt like an empty space. It felt like a doorway. Beyond this night, he still did not know what his days would become. He did not know where he would live when his small room in the scholars' quarter was required by another. He did not know whether anyone would ask him to copy another page. Yet he no longer felt that he had been dismissed from his purpose. The library had taught him to follow faint lines, to recognize patient hands, to listen when a text remained silent. Perhaps his life beyond its walls would ask the same of him. The tide moved closer. Water reached the first carved mark beneath the altar, then retreated. The moon descended by a distance, small to see. The lamp flame beside Theon became low and blue at its base. He rested one hand upon the pale linen, and closed his eyes again. The sea breathed in. The sea breathed out. Somewhere above the rocks, the lighthouse burned. Somewhere across the dark harbor, the library settled into stillness. And in the hidden cove on Pharos, the last librarian waited peacefully for the moment when moon, fire, and tide would become one quiet sign. The final carved mark disappeared beneath the tide without a sound. One moment it remained visible on the dark face of the altar, a narrow groove filled with pale salt. The next, a thin sheet of water reached the stone, covered the line, and settled inside it. Theon watched from the seat. He did not move immediately. Moonlight had filled the shallow pool before him so completely that the water seemed to hold a second sky. The silver path entered through the opening of the cove, crossed the sand, and gathered in the circular hollow at the center of the altar. The reflection of the lighthouse approached from another direction. It was not broad like the moonlight. It came as a slender golden thread, trembling upon each small movement of the sea. For several breaths, the two kinds of light remained separate, silver within the hollow, gold along the channel. Then the tide rose once more. The golden thread crossed the edge of the moon's reflection. A low wave entered beneath the stone arch. It moved through the cove with such smoothness that the sand beneath the water remained visible. The wave passed over the reflected fire, briefly covering its glow. A golden light vanished. At that same moment, the moonlight inside the hollow brightened. Salt gathered along the carved wave at the altar's base. Each crystal caught the silver light and formed a curling white line. Above it, the golden reflection returned in the shape of a small star. Around both, the dark wet stone formed the outline of an open eye. The three signs appeared together, not as drawings, not as something carved by a human hand. They were formed by water, light, and the patience of the tide. Theon rose. His knees were stiff from waiting, and he placed one hand against the stone seat until his balance returned. The scroll lay warm beneath his other arm. No voice told him what to do. No further instruction appeared upon the altar. The circular hollow had been shaped to receive the seal. The green wax rested beneath the center of the blue cord, the same width as the moonlit space. Theon carried the scroll forward. He placed it gently upon the altar, careful to keep the pale linen above the advancing water. Then he turned the bundle until the dark green seal rested over the hollow. For a moment, nothing happened. The wax remained firm. The cord stayed tautly bound. Theon felt no disappointment. He simply held the scroll in place and listened to the next wave entering the cove. Water reached the lower end of the channel cut into the altar. It traveled slowly upward, guided by the stone, until it touched the circular hollow. The green seal darkened. Its surface did not melt in the heat of a flame. Instead, it softened as if remembering the pliability it had possessed when first pressed beneath Callias's hand. The three marks impressed into the wax became clearer. The wave deepened. Star sharpened. The open eye seemed to widen beneath the moon. Theon lifted his fingers. The wax separated cleanly into two halves. One half remained attached to the cord. The other settled inside the hollow, floating upon a thin layer of seawater. The blue knot loosened. It did not untie itself, but the tension disappeared from the cord. What had seemed firm enough to survive another century now yielded to the lightest touch. Theon slipped one end free. The cord fell open across the altar. The cove became still. The change was not sudden. The next wave entered, but it seemed to lose its movement before reaching the shore. Water rested over the sand without advancing or retreating. The seagrass beneath the surface stopped swaying. Even the wind softened. The flame of Theon's lamp stood upright. He looked toward the opening of the cove. Beyond the arch, the open sea continued beneath the moon. Waves rose and lowered in their ordinary rhythm, but their sound no longer entered the listening place. Within the cove, another sound had begun. It was lower than the waves, so low that Theon felt it first through his feet and the palm resting upon the altar. A deep and gentle tone moved through the stone. It did not form a note that could have been sung. It was more like the sound hidden beneath a note, a vibration remaining after a bronze bowl had been struck and the first clear ringing had faded. Theon lifted the loosened cord. He unfolded the pale linen. Its inner surface was lined with salt, though the cloth was dry. The grains formed fine branching shapes, like rivers seen upon an ancient map. Inside lay a single roll of papyrus, which thinner than he had expected, a scroll said to hold the memory of the sea ought, by the habits of a librarian's imagination, to have been enormous. It ought to have required 2 men to lift it, and shelves of cedar to protect it. Instead, the roll rested lightly in Theon's hands. Its rods were made from pale wood polished by long use. Either end carried a title. There was no catalog tag, any mark of ownership, and no cord identifying the language in which it had been written. Theon lifted it from the linen. The low tone beneath the cove strengthened. He returned to the stone seat, carrying the scroll with both hands. The altar remained before him, its hollow filled with moonlight, water, and half of the green seal. Theon rested the roll across his knees. He paused before opening it. For more than 50 years, this had been one of the most familiar movements of his life. His left hand steadied the unread portion. His right guided the opened page. He knew how much pressure aged papyrus could endure. He knew to watch the edges for lifting fibers, and to keep the roll from drawing itself closed too quickly. These habits remained useful, but they no longer felt sufficient. Theon turned the first rod. The papyrus opened with a soft, dry whisper. The first section appeared blank. He moved it closer to the lamp. The surface had not been scraped clean. The fibers were unbroken, running in pale horizontal lines. Yet there was no title, no opening prayer, and no name of an author. Theon unrolled another hand as width. Still nothing. He changed the angle, allowing the lamplight to travel across the surface. Several faint silver lines became visible. They curved over the papyrus like marks left by receding water. None formed letters, none joined into a recognizable border or diagram. He continued. The silver lines appeared and disappeared, depending on how he held the page. Some crossed one another. Others ended at small rounded marks resembling droplets. Theon studied them carefully. The habits of his profession gathered around him. He considered whether the marks might be a form of coastal notation. Ancient harbor masters sometimes used lines of different thickness to show tides in dangerous shallows. But these lines did not follow the order of a chart. He wondered whether they might represent music. He had seen hymns marked with signs indicating the rise and fall of a voice, but there were no divisions, no repeating measure. He thought of mathematical tables, astronomical observations, and physicians' diagrams of veins. None matched. Theon drew the harbor map from inside his robe and placed it beside the scroll. The painted coastline offered no help. He returned the map to safety. The page across his knees remained nearly empty. A younger Theon would have welcomed this difficulty. He would have sharpened a pen, taken measurements, and begun copying every mark. By morning he might have produced a table showing the distance between each silver line. He would have believed that patience and sufficient detail could reveal the pattern. Theon looked toward the altar. The second road must be heard. He had understood the sentence well enough to follow the sound into the cove. But a part of him had still expected the scroll itself to be read. Perhaps listening had been only the journey to the text. Perhaps reading would remain the destination. The low tone beneath the cove continued. Theon closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the moon had moved farther across the opening above. Its light now reached the scroll. A silver band traveled over the papyrus. The faint lines darkened. For an instant they resembled writing. Theon leaned closer. The shape shifted. What had seemed a row of letters became the outline of a coastline. A narrow peninsula extended into a dark wash. Beyond it lay 3 islands. Theon did not recognize them. For he could study their arrangement, the image moved. The islands lengthened into strokes of an unfamiliar alphabet. The strokes then loosened into the wake of a ship. The page was not changing in the way of a trick image, painted with hidden ink. The marks did not simply appear and vanish. They flowed. Theon lowered the lamp. The moonlight became clearer upon the papyrus. The scroll showed a river reaching the sea. Then the river became a line of travelers walking along a shore. Then the travelers became birds. Then only silver fibers remained. Theon unrolled another section. The same movement continued. Images came close to meaning, and then passed beyond it. They could be recognized for a breath, but not held. A name almost appeared near the edge of the page. Theon traced the shapes silently. The first sign might have been an alpha, or perhaps a wave. The second resembled the Egyptian sign for a house, though it could just as easily have been the outline of a sail. The final mark broke apart before he could decide. Theon felt the familiar desire to capture it. He reached for the narrow writing tablet he carried during inventories. A short piece of charcoal remained tucked beneath its string. He placed the tablet beside him. The next shape appeared on the scroll, a cluster of lines suggesting a harbor enclosed by 2 curving walls. Theon began to copy. He drew the first wall. Before he could add the second, the image changed into the outspread wings of a seabird. Theon erased the line with his thumb and tried again. A small circle appeared, surrounded by 7 marks. He copied the circle. The marks became stars. Then the stars scattered. He lowered the charcoal. Nothing in the scroll remained long enough to be recorded. That, perhaps, was its nature. Still, Theon tried once more. He waited until a line of writing formed clearly near the middle of the page. The signs resembled Greek, though several belonged to no hand he knew. He copied the first character. The page softened into ripples. The same character on his tablet looked stiff and lifeless. Theon compared the two. On the papyrus, the mark contained movement. It held the curve of a wave and a flash of moonlight upon water. On the tablet, it was only charcoal. He wiped it away. The act brought no regret. He placed the tablet beside the lamp and did not reach for it again. Theon allowed the scroll to rest open across his knees. He stopped examining each mark. Instead, he listened. At first, the low tone remained unchanged. It moved beneath the cove in a slow, continuous current. Theon heard the small flame of the lamp. He heard his own breathing. Somewhere beyond the stone arch, water touched rock. Then another sound entered, a shore without a city. Theon knew it could not truly be near him. Yet he heard reeds moving beneath the warmer wind. Shallow waves spread over a wide beach. Birds called across open water, their voices clear because no walls stood to return an echo. He did not see the place as one sees an object before the eyes. He sensed it. The sand was pale and unmarked by paving stones. Low grasses grew where Alexandria's avenues would one day cross. Small fishing boats had been pulled above the tide. Their hulls were narrow, made from reeds bound closely together. A man stood beside one of them repairing a line. His name was not given. The sea did not explain him. Theon heard the soft pull of fiber through his hands. He felt the warmth of the sun against the mannish shoulders, and his quiet satisfaction when the knot held. A child walked along the edge of the water collecting shells. She chose only the smallest ones. No history had recorded why. Perhaps she preferred their colors. Perhaps she intended to place them in a bowl beside her bed. Theon heard her humming to herself. The tune lasted only a few breaths before it mingled with the movement of the water. The scene did not end. It widened. The child's song became a line carried across years. Her voices entered and left it. Fishermen called from boats. Women rinsed cloth in the shallows. A dog barked at the retreating tide and then ran from the next incoming wave. The sounds held no great event. No kingdom rose. No army arrived. No law was proclaimed. Yet the sea had received each moment. Theon listened. The shore changed. Wooden poles appeared in the sand. Men walked between them carrying cords knotted at measured distances. They spoke of streets that did not yet exist. One argued that an avenue should turn slightly to follow the coastline. Another insisted upon a straight line. Their disagreement was quiet and practical. Theon could not hear every word. The sea had preserved their rhythm more clearly than their meaning. A surveyor drove a stake into the earth. The sound traveled downward through sand and stone. Around him lay the beginnings of Alexandria. Not the finished city, Theon knew, but lines imagined beneath an open sky. A worker sat near a basket eating onions and bread. He watched the surveyors with little interest. His thoughts were of shade and the journey home. The sea remembered him, too. Theon felt the change beneath his hands. The silver marks on the scroll formed a grid and then slowly dissolved. Stones arrived. Some came by cart from quarries inland. Others came aboard low cargo vessels sitting heavily in the water. Theon heard ropes tightening, wooden rowers turning, men calling to one another as a block was guided ashore. Sound did not become loud or urgent. It passed through the scroll as a long collective murmur. The rhythm of many people moving something too heavy for any one person to carry. The first foundations of the lighthouse appeared upon Pharos. The tower was not yet a tower. It was a broad arrangement of stone upon the island, measured and remeasured beneath the sun. A mason ran his palm over one block and rejected it because of a crack too fine for others to see. Another worker filled a clay cup from a water jar and placed it in the shade for his companion. At sunset, tools were gathered. The unfinished foundation remained beside the sea. Night covered it. Waves continued beyond the island. Years passed without being counted. The building rose. Theon heard the shifting voices of generations of laborers. Some worked upon the lower stone. Others climbed wooden scaffolding as the height increased. A boy carried small baskets of lime to his father. The father advised him not to look down. The boy looked down anyway. He did not become frightened. He laughed at how small the boats appeared. That laughter remained in the sea long after both boy and father were gone. Theon smiled. The scroll warmed across his knees. The completed lighthouse shone for the first time. There was no single great cheer. The memory arrived as many smaller things. A keeper shielding his eyes from the new brightness. A sailor offshore adjusting his course. A woman upon the Alexandrian shore pointing out the fire to a child. An old fisherman nodding as if a promise had finally been kept. The flame joined the stars. In the scroll moving silver lines. One star descended and settled above a tower. Theon understood without explanation. Knowledge could guide from a distance. The lighthouse did not own the ships it directed. It did not demand that sailors come ashore. It simply offered its position to those who needed it. The image flowed onward. Ships entered the harbor. Dozens, hundreds, generations of them. Wide-bellied grain vessels from the Nile mouths. Merchant ships carrying amphorae of oil and wine. Smaller boats painted with bright eyes upon their bows. Vessels from islands Theon knew only through catalogues. Vessels from shores whose names had altered so many times that no scholar agreed upon the oldest form. Their sails filled the harbor with muted colors. Their crew spoke languages that crossed and mingled above the water. Theon did not understand every word. The sea did not separate one language from another. It carried tone. Relief upon reaching land. Weariness after a long crossing. Curiosity at the sight of the lighthouse. The quiet tension of a sailor searching the crowd for a familiar face. Names passed through the cove. Myra, Tyre, Rhodes, Cyrene. Some names Theon recognized. Others sounded like water moving over small stones. A sailor spoke the name of a village that no longer existed upon any map. Theon heard affection in the way he said it. For one breath, the Sova page showed a hillside covered in olive trees. Then the village vanished, not into nothing, into the movement of the sea. Theon began to understand that the scroll did not contain memories, as jars contained oil. They were not stored separately. They flowed through one another. A harbor became a voice. A voice became rain upon an island. Rain became a river. The river entered the sea and carried silt, leaves, broken branches, and the reflections of clouds. Theon heard water arriving from far inland. The Nile entered first, vast and patient, bringing soil from places beyond the reach of Alexandria's geographers. Other rivers followed, some cold with mountain snow, some warm beneath southern forests, some narrow enough for a child to step across near their beginnings. Each river carried a different taste of earth. The sea received all of them without asking which was greatest. Rain fell upon forgotten islands. It touched roofs made from palm leaves and courtyards paved with shell. It filled stone basins beside houses whose walls had long since returned to dust. Theon sensed coastlines changing. A sandbar widened. A cliff broke away grain by grain. A harbor filled slowly with silt until ships could no longer enter. People departed. The water remained. The scroll offered no judgment. It did not call the changes loss or renewal. It carried them. Theon listened more deeply. Among the many sounds came the creak of oars. Rowers moved across calm water before sunrise. One hummed the melody beneath his breath. Another joined him. The words had no meaning Theon could recognize, but the notes rose and fell with the labor of their arms. The song moved from boat to boat. Years later, another crew hummed something similar, without knowing where it began. The sea remembered the connection even when the singers did not. There were farewells, a mother straightening her son's cloak before he boarded a ship, a merchant promising to return before winter, two old friends touching foreheads and saying nothing, a child asking whether the sea ended somewhere beyond the horizon. The father answered that all waters eventually found one another. His voice was gentle. Theon felt no sharp sorrow in these departures. Some travelers returned. Some built lives elsewhere. Some names became letters carried home. The memories held uncertainty, but also trust. People released one another into journeys, because keeping them forever was impossible. Theon lowered his gaze. The silver lines continued moving over the page. He thought of the library, How many scrolls within its rooms had been written by those who first arrived through the harbor? How many texts had crossed the same water, now speaking through his hands? He sensed scholars stepping ashore. One carried a wrapped treatise beneath his robe to protect it from spray. Another guarded a small box of medical notes. A translator arrived with 3 versions of the same poem, and spent the crossing comparing their endings. Theon could almost smell wet wool, cedar cases, and papyrus. He heard questions asked at the quay. Where was the Maushan? Which road led to the scholars' quarter? Could a foreign visitor enter the reading halls? The sea remembered their anticipation. Some of the scrolls they carried still rested in the library. Others had worn away through use. The others had been copied so many times that their earliest form could no longer be known. Theon had worked upon several of them. He recognized not the words, but the feeling of their arrival, the quiet hope that something carried over distance might be welcomed. Theon's hand rested upon the edge of the papyrus. He had believed his life devoted to saving words from disappearance. But perhaps he had also been receiving travelers. Every scroll entering the library had come from somewhere. Every page carried the weather of another place, the pressure of another hand, the memory of a person who had once sat beneath a different sky. The library had not created those words. It had offered them shelter. The distinction settled gently within him. Shelter was not ownership. The low tone beneath the cove changed. It became warmer, more familiar. Theon heard the scraping of a knife along a reed pen, a clay lamp being moved across a table, a man clearing his throat before speaking. Theon opened his eyes. Moonlight still covered the scroll. The cove remained empty, yet he knew the sound. Callias had cleared his throat in that exact way whenever he found an apprentice making an error, but wished to offer the apprentice one final moment to notice it alone. Theon waited. At first, Callias's voice was only one thread among many. It mingled with waves, rowers, and wind passing over the harbor. Then the other sounds softened around it. Theon. The voice did not come from the air. It did not speak beside his ear. He heard it in the same manner he had heard the child gathering shells, the mason rejecting the cracked stone. A memory held within movement. Still, the sound of his own name in Callias's voice filled him with a warmth he had not expected. Theon did not answer aloud. There was no need. If you hear me, Callias said, then you waited longer than the young man I knew would have waited. Theon smiled. That too sounded like his teacher, a statement balanced carefully between affection and correction. I once believed patience was the art of remaining still. The remembered voice continued. You taught me otherwise. I thought you knew it. Patience is allowing a thing to remain itself while we stand beside it. Theon looked at the shifting page. Callias's words did not appear as writing. They moved beneath the silver lines as a slow rhythm. This scroll has carried many names, Callias said. None remained correct for long. Some called it the Tide Chronicle. Others named it the Unwritten Coast. The sailors who first guarded it had no title at all. They wrapped it in sailcloth and brought it here when the moon was low. Images accompanied the words. Theon sensed hands older than the library placing an earlier form of the scroll upon the stone altar. The papyrus had been renewed many times, rods replaced, linen changed, wax seals pressed and broken. The object was ancient, but not because every part had survived unchanged. It endured because people had cared for it while allowing it to be remade. Librarians became its keepers later, Callias said. That was both fortunate and unfortunate. Theon heard the trace of dry humor his mentor had often used. We protected it well, and because we were librarians, we attempted to read it. The silver page showed a room lit by many lamps. Several men bent over the scroll. One dictated while another wrote. Tables filled with tablets, measurements, and copied signs. They believed its memories could be arranged. Callias continued. They separated ships from rivers, voices from weather, known places from unnamed shores. They made lists of the images. They compared the sounds to languages in the collection. Theon watched their work. It was careful, earnest. No greed appeared in the scene. Only devotion guided the earlier keepers. Yet the copied tablets grew while the scroll itself seemed to fade. The more they divided its memories, the less meaning remained. A sailor's farewell became a date and a port. A child's song became 3 uncertain notes. Rain upon an island became a record of weather without the feeling of stone cooling beneath it. They produced many facts, Callias said. Some were accurate. None were true in the way the memory had been true. Theon understood. A shell could be measured, its color named, its origin estimated. None of these contained the morning in which a child chose it from the sand. The previous librarians had not been foolish. They had simply used the tools they trusted. Later, others heard of the scroll. Callias said, Ruler wished to know every harbor from which an enemy might approach. Collector wished to place the memory of the sea inside a private chamber. A scholar believed it might prove that his account of the world was the only correct one. The images remained calm, as if softened by distance. Men spoke around tables. Letters were exchanged. A locked chest was prepared. Any violence entered the memory. The danger had not been destruction, but possession. If thought knowledge became greater when fewer hands could reach it, Callias said. So the keepers removed the scroll from every catalogue. It was hidden in the western rooms. From time to time, when its scent of salt weakened, and its silver lines grew still, one keeper carried it back to the listening place. Theon looked toward the altar. Water had begun to withdraw from its base, though the hollow remained filled. The sea does not place its memories within the scroll forever, Callias said. It passes through them. Some are received, some are released. That is why the scroll must return. Without the sea, it becomes only papyrus. Theon thought of the cedar case Damon had described. An image rose within the silver page. Callias descending the same stair nearly 30 years earlier. He carried a long cedar case tied with blue cord. At the altar he opened it. Inside lay the scroll wrapped in linen. The cedar had protected it during years of storage, but salt had entered the wood. The hinges were corroded. A crack ran along the lid. Callias removed the scroll and placed the empty case beside the water. The tide carried it into the shadow beneath the stone arch. The case did not return. Callias renewed the seal, wrapped the scroll beneath his cloak, and carried it back toward the landing. To Damon and his father he had appeared without the case. Later, beneath the darkness of his robe, the scroll crossed the harbor and returned to the library. Theon watched Callias carving the 3 symbols into the piece of broken ore. The old man's hands moved slowly but firmly. "Why me?" Theon whispered. His voice seemed small within the listening place. The memory answered, "Because you noticed what others hurry past." Theon lowered his head. He repaired the torn edge before copying the beautiful passage. You returned a misplaced scroll to its shelf, even when no one knew it had been moved. You read letters for those who could not read, and asked nothing of the words afterward. Theon thought of Damon's mother. He had nearly forgotten that evening until the boatman reminded him. Callias had remembered, or the sea had. You believed for many years that your purpose was to preserve, Callias said. There was honor in that belief. Preserving was only the shape your service took while you needed a shape. Theon closed his eyes. The words entered without resistance. You were never merely copying sentences, Theon. You were learning how to hold what belonged to another without claiming it as your own. The remembered voice softened. I could not give you the scroll while I lived. You would have opened it beneath the brightest lamp in the western hall. By dawn, you would have filled 20 tablets. Theon laughed quietly. The sound joined the cove and returned to him as a faint echo. Callias seemed to laugh as well, not separately. The two sounds overlapped across 30 years. I did not know when you would become ready, Callias continued, nor whether the library would remain as we knew it. I knew only that one day you would walk through rooms growing quiet, and you would believe your work had ended. Theon opened his eyes. The silver marks formed the outline of an open door. It has not ended, Callias said, but neither must it continue in the same form. The door dissolved. 3 images appeared slowly upon the papyrus. The first was a wave. Theon sensed shorelines changing beneath it. Memory moved through years, never keeping one shape. The wave carried fragments forward and drew others away. Nothing remained fixed, yet nothing was entirely lost. The second was a star. It shone above open water. Ships traveled by its light without ever reaching it. The star offered direction, but did not demand possession. Its distance was part of its gift. The third was an open eye. It did not stare. It watched with patience. The image held no hunger to control what it witnessed. It received the world and allowed the world to pass. The meanings entered Theon without becoming rules. The wave was not a command to forget. The star was not a command to follow. The eye was not a command to observe everything. Together they formed a way of standing before knowledge. Allow it to move. Let it guide. Witness without closing the hand. Theon breathed slowly. The scroll's silver lines widened into open water. Callias, he said, what am I meant to do with it? The cove held the question. For several breaths, the remembered voice did not return. Theon almost smiled. His mentor had often answered his most important questions with silence. At last Callias spoke. If I told you, the choice would remain mine. Theon looked toward the altar. The green half-seal floated within the hollow. The scroll may return to the hidden shelf, Callias said. Another keeper may find it in another age. The page showed the western chamber, quiet behind its painted wall. You may carry it elsewhere. Libraries are not the only places where memory may rest. The hidden room changed into a small coastal house, then a temple archive, then a traveler's chest. Or you may give it back to the sea without asking it to return. The silver water on the page deepened. None of the paths appeared brighter than another. No sign marked one as correct. The scroll has been guarded for generations, Callias said. That does not mean it must be guarded forever. Nor does age alone make release wise. Theon felt the weight of the open roll across his knees. Which was light. The choice was not, yet it did not burden him with fear. There was no threat of punishment, no warning that the wrong decision would destroy the memories. The sea had existed before the scroll. It would continue without it. The scroll was a meeting place, not the source. You will wish for another instruction, Callias said. I do. I know. Theon heard affection within the answer. That is why I left none. The voice began to mingle with the deeper tone beneath the cove. Theon leaned slightly forward. There was more he wished to ask, where Callias had gone after he stopped coming to the library. Whether he had lived peacefully, whether he had known how deeply his absence had been felt. But the memory carried no invitation to question the past. It offered only what Callias had placed within it. Theon, the voice said once more, you were a good keeper. The words were simple. They entered the quietest place within him. For years, Theon had not asked whether he had been good at his work. The library required tasks, and he completed them. Scrolls needed repair. Catalogues needed correcting. Lamps needed oil. Praise had seemed unnecessary. Yet, on the evening when he had been told his service was ending, a small doubt had entered him. Perhaps he had remained too long. Perhaps the institution had passed beyond his usefulness. Perhaps 50 years of careful labor could disappear as completely as ink fading beneath the sun. Callias's remembered voice did not erase the years. It did not promise that every text Theon had copied would survive. It gave him something quieter, the certainty that care had mattered while it was being given. "You were a good keeper," Callias repeated. Then the voice returned to the sea. Theon remained still. The silver page showed no face. There was no figure standing beside him, and no presence leaving the cove. Only the low tone beneath the stone, waves beyond the arch, and moonlight resting across the scroll. Callias had not returned. A memory had simply reached the place where it was meant to be heard. Theon placed one hand over his eyes. He did not weep. The feeling within him was too gentle for tears. It resembled the release of breath after carrying something carefully for a very long distance, and discovering that it had arrived unbroken. He sat that way until his hand grew cool. When he looked again, the scroll continued to reveal quieter memories. Without Callias's voice guiding them, they came without order. A woman washing a blue cloth at the edge of a river. A sailor repairing a sandal beneath the mast of a resting ship. A philosopher standing at the harbor, forgetting the argument he had prepared because the evening light upon the water was too beautiful. A potter dropping a cracked bowl into the sea and watching it sink. A child learning the name of the first star. None remained long. Theon no longer tried to keep them. He allowed each to arrive and depart. The experience changed. Earlier memories had seemed to pass before him. Now he felt himself resting among them, not as the center, only as one moment within the same moving water. His own life entered the rhythm. The first day he had climbed the library steps, the smell of fresh-cut reed pens, the voice of his teacher telling him not to carve words into papyrus. A summer afternoon spent repairing a text no scholar later requested. The delight of finding a missing page filed in the wrong collection. A cup of watered wine shared with Callias in the courtyard. The morning he realized he could no longer read small letters without holding them closer to the lamp. The final meeting in which he had been told to complete the inventory. These memories did not appear upon the scroll. They rose within Theon himself. The sea had not taken them from him. It had shown him how to let them move. His years in the library were not a sealed volume with a final line written that evening. They were water reaching another shore. The moon descended. Its light shifted from the center of the scroll toward the lower edge. The silver images grew fainter. Theon did not attempt to pull the page back into the brighter light. He allowed the moon to move. The deep tone beneath the coals slowly softened. Ordinary sounds returned. A small wave touched the sand. Seagrass bent beneath it. Wind moved through the opening above, stirring the edge of the pale linen upon the altar. The golden reflection of the lighthouse entered once more through the mouth of the cove. It traveled across the water in a broken line, no longer forming the image of an eye. Theon looked down. The page was becoming blank. The last visible shape was a coastline without a name. It narrowed into a silver thread. The thread became the natural fiber of the papyrus. Then nothing remained. The scroll rested open across his knees, pale beneath the moon. Theon ran one finger near the edge without touching the surface. Under lamplight, it appeared to be an unwritten roll. A scholar encountering it in the library might have placed it among unused materials. The scent of salt remained. The tide began to withdraw from the altar. Water left the carved channel and slicked back across the sand. The half of the green seal settled at the bottom of the circular hollow. Theon lifted it. The wax had become firm again. Its broken edge was smooth. He placed it beside the other half, still attached to the loosened cord. Together they formed the three symbols, or narrow line now divided them. The seal could perhaps be warmed and joined again, or it could remain broken. Theon did not decide. He rolled a small portion of the papyrus closed, and stopped. The scroll remained open across his lap. A choice before him took three forms. Return it to the library. Carry it somewhere new. Release it into the sea. Each possibility brought a different image. He pictured the hidden shelf behind the painted wall. The scroll might wait there another 50 years. Another person might find the tally. Follow the unfinished sea, sit in this same cove. But the library itself was changing. The oldest wing might be sealed. The map room might be emptied. The building could become something neither Theon nor Callias would recognize. He pictured carrying the scroll away from Alexandria. He had never traveled far, but ships departed each morning. A coastal temple might shelter it. A quiet house beside another shore might allow the salt scent to remain strong. But carrying it elsewhere would still make him its keeper. He pictured placing it upon the water. The tide would lift the papyrus. The rods might float for a while beneath the moon. Eventually the fibers would soften, separate, and return to the sea. No future librarian would hear Callias. No future scholar would sit where Theon sat. Yet the memories would not be destroyed. They belonged to the water before they belonged to the scroll. Theon did not know which image brought peace. Perhaps none could. While the night remained incomplete, he leaned back against the stone. The open scroll rested securely across his knees. He closed his eyes. This time he did not listen for hidden voices. He listened only to the cove as it was, the small wash of water over sand, the occasional drop falling from the rock above, the lampwick drawing the last of its oil. Far beyond the stone arch came a faint wooden knock. A pause, then another, the sound of an oar touching the side of a boat. Damon remained near the landing. Theon felt reassured by the ordinary signal. The world outside the cove had not disappeared. A patient boatman waited beneath the lighthouse. Alexandria rested across the harbor. Heavens cooled. Cats slept upon folded awnings. The library stood beneath the moon. There would be time to return. There would be time to speak with Damon. There would be time to walk again through the city before dawn. For now, it was only the stone seat, the pale scroll, and the quiet sea. Theon allowed his breathing to follow the water. A wave entered. His breath rose. The water withdrew. His breath softened. He no longer felt the need to solve the choice before resting. Answers reached different shores at different hours. Callias had trusted him, not because he would choose quickly, but because he had learned to wait beside what remained uncertain. Theon placed one hand lightly upon the open scroll. Its surface was cool now. Beneath his palm there was no movement. Then, after several quiet breaths, he felt the faintest inward pull, like water withdrawing from a distant beach. Theon smiled without opening his eyes. Above the cove, the moon continued westward. The lighthouse kept its patient fire, and while the tide slowly carried the silver light away from the altar, the last librarian rested beside the memory of the sea, holding it gently, possessing none of it, and allowing the unanswered morning to come nearer in its own time. And Theon opened his eyes. The moon had moved beyond the highest opening of the cove. Its light no longer fell directly upon his face. It rested instead along the opposite wall, revealing thin bands of mineral in the dark stone, pale as old writing beneath worn plaster. For a moment he remained where he was. The open scroll lay across his knees. In the softer light, its surface appeared entirely blank. No silver coastlines moved across it. No voices rose from beneath the papyrus. The page held only the natural crossing of its fibers, and a few faint marks left by age. The listening place had returned to itself. Water entered beneath the stone arch and moved across the sand. The sound was ordinary now, though no less beautiful for being ordinary. Small waves reached the altar, paused beneath its lowest edge, and withdrew. The tide had begun to turn. Theon listened to it for several breaths. A little earlier, the cove had carried memories across centuries. Now it offered only the present movement of water. He found this reassuring. Wonder did not need to remain visible in order to remain true. Theon placed both hands upon the scroll as wooden rods and began to close it. He turned the right rod slowly, allowing the papyrus to return without strain. The action was familiar, yet it felt different now. He was no longer closing a text after reading its final line. He was protecting a place through which something had briefly passed. The pale roll gathered between his hands. Nothing stirred within it. When it was fully closed, Theon inspected the edges. The papyrus remained dry despite the damp air. Not a single fiber had lifted. He carried it to the altar. The linen covering lay where he had left it, one corner moving gently in the breeze. Beside it rested the loosened blue cord and the two halves of the dark green seal. Theon collected the wax first. The half removed from the altar's hollow was cool and firm. The second remained attached to a small loop of cord. When he brought them together, the broken edges matched so closely that the line between them nearly disappeared. Yet the seal did not join. Theon did not try to force it. He wrapped each piece separately in a small square of linen, torn from the edge of his writing cloth, and placed them in the inner fold of his robe. The broken seal had completed its task. Perhaps it did not need to become whole again. He spread the pale linen across the altar and placed the scroll upon it. The cloth still carried the clean scent of salt, though more faintly than before. Theon folded the lower edge over the roll. As he drew one side of the linen inward, something small caught against the wooden rod. He stopped. A narrow strip of blue had been wrapped around the inside of the cloth, hidden beneath the scroll. It was not part of the binding cord. The strip was finer and darker, almost black where it had been protected from moonlight and salt. Theon lifted it carefully. Tiny marks ran along its surface. At first he thought they were places where the dye had faded. Then he recognized the faint impressions of letters. The writing was not made in ink. Someone had pressed the words into the damp cloth with a stylus before the material dried. They could be read only when the strip was angled toward the lamp. Theon carried it closer to the remaining flame. The message was short. Before choosing where memory shall rest, carry it once toward the guiding fire. He read it again. There was no name beneath it. None was needed. Theon glanced toward the rock above the cove. Though the lighthouse itself remained hidden, a dim golden reflection still entered through the opening. The flame had guided sailors toward Alexandria 4 generations. Callias' road was not complete. Theon tied the blue strip loosely around the scroll as upper rod so it would not be lost. Then he folded the pale linen over the bundle and wound the original blue cord around it. He did not bind it tightly. The seal remained broken. The scroll was protected, but not closed against the world. Theon collected the old harbor map from beneath his robe and confirmed that the linen roll had not dampened it. He returned the map to its place and touched the carved tally beside it. The object remained where it belonged: the map, the tally, the broken seal, the scroll. He lifted the bundle from the altar. The tide had withdrawn enough to reveal the lowest carved mark once more. Salt glimmered within it. Theon looked around the cove before leaving. The stone seat stood beneath the dim moon. The altar held a thin pool of sea-water in its hollow. The small piece of bread he had offered earlier was gone, carried wherever the hidden current beneath the arch wished to take it. Nothing asked him to remain. He bowed his head toward the water. It was not a prayer to a named god, nor a farewell to a person. It was simply an acknowledgment of the place, and of what it had allowed him to hear. Then Theon turned toward the stair. The climb was slower than the descent. His body had rested, but the night's walking remained in his knees and lower back. He placed one foot securely before lifting the other, and kept his free hand against the cliff. The scroll rested beneath his arm. At each turn, the sound of the cove became more distant. First the water softened, then the stone arch disappeared from view. Soon only the sea wind remained, moving up the steps behind him. Theon stopped halfway. A small ledge offered a place to rest. He leaned against the cliff and looked through a gap in the rocks. The open sea stretched beyond Pharos. The moon's reflection had shortened. Farther east, the darkness was no longer completely black. A faint thinning had begun along the lowest edge of the sky. Dawn remained distant, but the night had entered its later hours. Theon continued climbing. When he reached the shrine, the lighthouse's presence returned as a warm glow upon the upper stones. The empty niche faced the path exactly as before. Shells, cloth, and the broken bronze hook still rested beneath it. Theon touched Callias's carved sentence with 2 fingers. The first road was written. The second must be heard. Perhaps the third road would be seen from the guiding fire. Theon crossed the rough path beyond the shrine. The wind felt stronger after the shelter of the cove. It carried the smell of lamp smoke from the tower, mingled with tar, sea-water, and the faint sourness of drying nets. The fishing huts remained dark. A dog had appeared beside one doorway. It raised its head as Theon passed, but did not bark. Its tail moved once against the ground. Theon greeted it softly. The dog lowered its head again. Near the first storehouse, Theon heard the gentle knocking of wood. Damon sat inside his blue-painted boat, holding one oar across his knees. The other rested against the pier. He was not sleeping. A small covered lamp had been placed beside him. The light revealed his red headcloth and the silver along his beard. When Theon approached, Damon rose. "You found your way back?" "Yeah." Damon's gaze moved to the scroll. The wrapping had changed. The cord no longer held the green seal, and one end hung loose along the pale linen. Damon did not ask what had broken it. He steadied the boat, as though preparing for Theon to board. Theon placed one hand upon the stone post beside the landing, but did not descend. "There is another place I must visit first." Damon looked toward the lighthouse, the tower. The scroll carried a message. Damon nodded as if this explained enough. "The fire will still be burning." Theon glanced at the boat. "You have waited longer than I intended." "I said I would wait." "You did." "And the night has not become unpleasant." Damon sat again upon the edge of the pier. Theon joined him. For a moment neither spoke. The boat moved gently against its rope. Across the water, Alexandria rested beneath the moon. The lamps along the shore had grown fewer. The city appeared softer now, without the sharper edges of the earlier night. Damon noticed the way Theon held the scroll. "Was it what you expected?" "No. Sea journeys rarely are." Theon smiled. The scroll was not meant to be read in the ordinary way. Damon rested his hands upon the oar. "Then perhaps it was fortunate you came after the ferries stopped. The men who row them spend the whole crossing complaining about fares and weather. It would be difficult to hear anything among them." Theon laughed quietly. The sound seemed warmer than it would have earlier. He looked toward the lighthouse. A broad band of light touched the upper wall, though the flame itself could not be seen from the landing. "I heard many things," Theon said. "Not all of them were words." Damon watched the water. A sailor understands a voyage differently after reaching shore. Does he? If the crossing was rough, he remembers the calm parts. If it was calm, he remembers the one wave that wet his sandals. And if the journey changed him, Damon considered this. Then he often says very little about it. Theon lowered his gaze to the linen bundle. Damon had offered him the courtesy of silence from the beginning. He had carried Theon without demanding an explanation, and waited without placing a measure upon the time. This, too, is a kind of keeping, not of scrolls, but of another person's unspoken experience. Theon touched the blue strip tied around the upper rod. The message said I must carry it toward the guiding fire before choosing where it should rest. The old keepers may know something. You have spoken with them. Every boatman speaks with lighthouse keepers eventually. We blame them when the light seems dim. They blame us when our lamps are poor. Then we share wine and decide the fault belongs to the weather. Who keeps the tower tonight? Nicanor, if his joints have not persuaded him to trade the watch. You know him well enough to know his joints. Damon rose and lifted his small lamp. I will walk with you to the lower entrance. You need not leave the boat. No one will steal it. How can you be certain? Damon looked down at the faded blue paint. Anyone wishing to steal a boat would choose one with fewer opinions. Theon glanced at the hull, which gave a small creak against the landing. Perhaps it agrees with you. It rarely does. Damon looped a second rope around the stone post and pulled it firm. He covered the oars with a cloth, then climbed onto the pier. Together, the two elderly men walked between the storehouses. Damon carried the lamp. Theon carried the scroll. Their pace was unhurried. The night attendants, who had occupied the area earlier, were gone, perhaps called to another part of the island, or resting indoors. Shadows lay beneath the awnings. Clay jars stood in long rows along the walls, sealed with pitch and marked for morning delivery. The base of the lighthouse grew broader ahead. From this angle, its lower stones seemed to rise directly from the island. The tower's corners disappeared upward into darkness. A faint vibration lived in the ground beneath it. Theon felt it through his sandals. The steady fire above drew air through hidden passages. Fuel was carried upward. Mirrors in polished metal received the flame and strengthened its reach. The tower was never truly still. It breathed in its own way. They approached the arch where the attendant had slept earlier. The stool remained outside, but the cloak was gone. A man stood within the doorway trimming the wick of a bronze lantern. He was tall despite the bend in his back. His gray hair had been tied at the neck with a strip of undyed cloth. A heavy wool robe covered one shoulder, leaving the other free for work. Damon raised the lamp. Nicanor. The keeper looked up. Hey, man, your ferry has grown smaller. Carries fewer complaints. Nicanor's eyes moved to Theon. Theon recognized him faintly. They had crossed paths years earlier, during an inspection of shipping records. At the time, Nicanor's hair had still been dark. Theon had been the one carrying the larger burden of age. From the library, Nicanor said. Theon. Yes. Nicanor set down the lantern. His attention shifted toward the scroll. The change in his expression was slight, but unmistakable. He inhaled slowly. Salt, he said. Theon stepped closer to the doorway. The warm air inside the tower moved over them. It carried smoke, oil, and heated stone. Nicanor touched neither the scroll nor its cord. May I see the seal? It is broken, and may I see what remains? Theon drew the two linen wrapped pieces from his robe and opened them upon his palm. Nicanor bent toward the green wax. The wave, star, and open eye remained clear across the divided halves. The keeper's face softened. My grandfather showed me those signs when I first began carrying fuel. He knew them, He knew enough to tell me not to speak of them unless they came to the door. Nicanor straightened. It has been many years. Nearly 30, Damon said. Nicanor looked at him. You remember... My father brought another librarian. The keeper glanced once more at the scroll. Alias. The name sounded natural in his voice. Theon felt no surprise this time. You knew him. He came twice that I remember, perhaps more before I was old enough to notice. Nicanor stepped aside. You should enter. Damon remained beneath the arch. I will return to the boat. Theon looked at him. You will continue waiting? The tide is still kind, and my boat has not finished arguing with the pier. Nicanor handed Damon the trimmed lantern. Take this. Your lamp is low. Damon accepted it. He placed one hand briefly upon Theon's shoulder. I will be below. Then he turned and walked back toward the landing, the new lantern casting a small circle around his feet. Theon watched until the light disappeared between the storehouses. Nicanor closed the outer door. The thickness of the lighthouse wall became apparent when it moved. The door crossed a deep stone passage before settling into its frame. The sounds of the island softened. Within the tower, the fire above became more present. It produced no roaring noise. Theon heard instead the movement required to sustain it, the shifting of fuel, the opening and closing of vents, the soft strike of tools against metal. Nicanor lifted another lamp from a wall niche. And you climb? Slowly, slowly is how the tower was built. The lower chamber was larger than Theon expected. Thick columns supported the ceiling. Between them stood rows of oil jars, bundles of dried fuel and wooden frames used for carrying supplies upward. The stone floor sloped gently toward drains cut along the walls. Two attendants slept near the far side, wrapped in brown cloaks. One lay with an arm over his face. The other had removed his sandals and placed them neatly beside a folded cloth. Nicanor lowered his voice. They completed the last carrying shift. Theon followed him through the chamber. The warmest air gathered near the center, where an open shaft rose into darkness. A system of ropes and wooden platforms allowed heavier supplies to be raised through the tower. A basket creaked somewhere above. Then the sound stopped. Nicanor led Theon toward a broad stairway curving upward along the inner wall. The steps were wide and shallow. The builders understood that men carrying jars of oil disliked narrow stairs. Nicanor said, wise builders. They were wiser than the officials, who later ordered larger jars. Theon rested one hand upon the stone rail and began climbing. The first level contained storage rooms. Their doors stood open to allow air to pass. Shelves held replacement lamp bowls, folded cloths, bronze tools, and pieces of polished copper wrapped against scratches. Nicanor stopped outside one room. Within, 3 large copper panels leaned against the wall. Their curved surfaces reflected the lamplight in long amber shapes. These are used near the upper fire, Theon asked. Some are replacements. Others are carried out when the wind changes. They help send the light where open flame alone cannot reach. Theon studied his reflection in one panel. The curved metal lengthened his face and bent the stone wall behind him. The reflection was not exact, yet it still guided the eye toward something true. A polished mirror did not preserve the world. It received light and passed it onward. Nicanor noticed his attention. Every few weeks we polish them with fine ash and cloth. A mark no wider than a fingernail can scatter the light. In the library, dust does the same to writing. Then perhaps we have both spent our lives cleaning what others expect to remain clear. They continued. At the next turning, Theon paused. A narrow window had been cut through the wall. It was no larger than a writing tablet, but deep enough to form a stone seat. Through it he could see the dark western harbor. Boats rested near the causeway. The city lay beyond them, low and silver. Nicanor allowed him to sit. "We are in no hurry." Theon placed the scroll beside him. The stone beneath the window retained the day's warmth. From this height the island's storehouses appeared smaller, their roofs arranged in quiet lines. Demena's boat could not yet be seen, hidden beneath the outer wall. Theon looked toward Alexandria. He found the library more easily now. Its position was marked by the darker mass of the gardens and the pale edge of a colonnade. The building seemed less remote than it had from the boat, perhaps because he was no longer leaving it. He was simply seeing it from elsewhere. Nicanor stood beside the window. "You served there a long time, more than 50 years, and tonight was your last night." Theon looked up. "How did you know?" "Callias wrote that the scroll would come when the last keeper walked alone. You are here with it, and no younger assistant is following behind." Theon rested both hands upon his knees. "The library still has attendants and officials. Then perhaps last does not mean the final person who will ever work there." "What does it mean?" Nicanor shrugged gently. "Lighthouse inscriptions are often clearer after a storm than before one. I have learned not to demand too much from old words." Theon smiled. "Callias would have approved of that answer." "He rarely approved of my answers." "You knew him well, then." "Well enough." Theon looked again through the window. "Why did the lighthouse keepers know about the scroll?" Nicanor leaned against the wall. "Before records were kept carefully, the harbor depended upon memory. Men learned currents from their fathers. They recognized dangerous winds by smell. They knew which ships could enter under certain tides, and which should wait outside. Practical knowledge. Yes, but not only practical." Nicanor's eyes followed a distant lamp moving along the city shore. Every arriving ship brought news before its letters were carried inland. Keepers saw damaged masts, missing sails, and crews that stood silently at the rail. We knew when a voyage had been kind, and when the sea had asked for more than men expected to give. Theon listened. "We did not write all of it," Nicanor continued. "Some things belonged to those arriving, but we remembered enough to guide the next ship more safely. The librarians preserved what could be written, and the lighthouse preserved what could be passed from one watcher to another." Nicanor touched the stone beside the window. "My grandfather said the scroll belonged between those duties. It carried memory too wide for a catalogue and too quiet for a warning bell." Theon looked at the linen bundle. "Then it was never the responsibility of the library alone." "No." The answer brought a strange comfort. 4 years, Theon had felt the full weight of endangered texts whenever funds were reduced or shelves neglected. He had believed that if librarians failed, memory itself would become poorer. But knowledge had always traveled through many hands. Baker remembered how much water flour required on a humid morning. A boatman remembered a current beneath moonlight. A parent remembered a song. A lighthouse keeper remembered which cloud formations hid the stars. The library was one shelter among many, important, beautiful, but not solitary. Theon rose from the window seat. They continued upward. The next level contained sleeping quarters. Simple mats had been arranged against the wall. Clay cups rested on low shelves. A pot of lentils set near a covered brazier, still warm enough to release the scent of garlic and herbs. An attendant sat awake at a small table repairing a leather strap. He looked up as Theon and Nicanor passed. His gaze rested briefly upon the scroll, but showed no recognition. Nicanor greeted him by name. The man nodded and returned to his work. Beyond the sleeping chamber, another flight of stairs curved upward. Theon's legs had begun to ache. He climbed 6 steps, then stopped. Nicanor did not urge him onward. Instead, he pointed toward a low wooden bench set into an alcove. Callias rested there. Theon sat. The wood had been smoothed by countless keepers. On the night he renewed the scroll, Yes, Nicanor placed his lamp in the niche. He had climbed faster than was wise. He sat down and pretended to study the wall, so no one would think him tired. That sounds like him. He asked me whether the tower leaned in strong wind. What did you say? That all tall things lean, but only some admit it. Theon laughed. Did he approve? He cleared his throat, and he did. They rested together. The steady work of the lighthouse continued around them. A footstep crossed the chamber above. A rope moved through a pulley. Someone opened a metal shutter, and a new breath of warm air descended the stair. Theon felt neither like a visitor nor like a librarian carrying a forbidden object. He felt simply like an elderly man resting among others whose work continued through the night. When his breathing eased, they climbed again. Nicanor led him away from the main stair into a narrower passage. This chamber is not used by every attendant. The doorway at its end had no lock. Nicanor pushed it open. The room beyond was modest. 3 small windows faced different parts of the harbor. A wooden table stood beneath the eastern opening. Shelves covered to walls, but they did not hold formal scrolls. Theon entered slowly. Wooden tablets had been stacked in uneven groups. Shells, coins, and carved tokens rested in shallow bowls. Small clay lamps fulfilled one shelf, each no larger than closed hand. Some had blackened spouts. Others had never been burned. Lengths of knotted cord hung from pegs. Fragments of writing had been tucked between pieces of pottery and smoothed wood. No catalogue marked the collection. No labels identified the shelves. Yet the objects had clearly been placed with care. The keeper's room, Nicanor said. Theon approached the nearest table. A tablet lay open upon it. Columns had been scratched into the wax. Date, wind, visibility. Ships observed. The entries were brief. 3 grain vessels from the east. 1 coastal trader arriving after moonrise. Fishing boat returned with torn sail. A later line read, small foreign vessel signaled for guidance. Entered safely before dawn. Theon traced the edge of the tablet. The record did not name every person aboard. It did not describe their journey. Yet someone had thought their safe arrival worth marking. Nicanor opened a wooden box. Inside lay narrow pieces of bone and wood, each carved with a name. These are left by families. For ships, for sailors, usually. Some before departure, some while waiting for their return. Theon lifted one token. The name Phelan had been cut into it in an uncertain hand. Beneath the letters was a small fish. What happens to them? If the sailor returns, the family may take the token home. Many leave it here, and if he does not, a lamp is burned. Nicanor indicated the small clay vessels on the shelf. Theon looked at them more closely. Each carried a mark on its underside. A name, an emblem, or sometimes only a line. A lamp's not funerary, Nicanor said. Not exactly. Some ships arrive years late. Some sailors settle elsewhere. A person may be absent without being dead. Then what does the light mean? That someone was watched for. Theon set the token down gently. The lamp burned because a person had been remembered at the edge of uncertainty. Not to hold them, not to summon them, only to keep a place of welcome. Theon moved along the shelves. A rolled scrap of foreign writing had been protected inside a broken cup. He opened it enough to see dark, angular letters. What does it say? No one here knows. Why keep it? A sailor left it after surviving a storm. He said it was the first line of a prayer his grandmother taught him. Theon returned the fragment to the cup. Its meaning had not been translated. Still, the object carried a relationship between the sailor, the grandmother, and whatever kindness he believed had guided him home. On another shelf lay maps of currents, drawn on wood. The lines were rough. One showed arrows near the entrance to the great harbor. Another used dots to mark places where floating debris often gathered after a northern wind. "These are copied from observation?" Theon asked. "Observation and argument." "Argument. Boatmen disagree about currents with great devotion. Scholars do the same about philosophy. Currents are less offended when misquoted." Theon studied a map whose edge had been worn nearly smooth. It did not aim to represent the entire sea. It showed only what a sailor needed to pass safely around one line of rock. Incomplete knowledge could still be useful. Perhaps completeness was not the measure of wisdom. Near the western window stood a row of tablets with no dates. A wax had darkened. Nicanor lifted the first. Messages from keepers. To those who followed, sometimes, he handed it to Theon. The writing was brief. "The southern wind hides the lowest stars before it reaches the flame. Do not wait for the sky to darken before adjusting the mirrors." Another tablet recorded the sound made by a loose roof plate. A third advised future keepers to store spare cloth in the eastern room, where rats were less persistent. Theon smiled. The library held treatises on astronomy and geometry. The lighthouse held the knowledge of a particular wind and a particular rat. Both helped the world continue. He walked to the eastern window. The first gray light had grown slightly stronger along the horizon. Alexandria remained beneath darkness, but its outline had sharpened. Nicanor opened a cabinet beside the window. Inside stood a small clay lamp. Unlike the others, it was painted with three faded blue marks: a wave, a star, an open eye. Theon drew closer. The lamp's handle had broken long ago, and been repaired with thin bronze wire. Its spout was black from use. "Callias left this," Nicanor said. "When?" "The last night he came." Theon did not touch it. "He carried it from the library?" "I believe so. He lit it from the flame above, and carried it down to this chamber." Nicanor reached behind the lamp and removed a narrow wooden tablet. The wax had been covered with a protective linen sheet. This was beneath it. Theon lifted the cloth. Callias's handwriting crossed the dark wax. The first lines had been pressed firmly. The last were lighter, as if written with a tired hand. "The library taught us to remember. A lighthouse taught us to release others safely into distance. Do not choose until you have looked back from the water." Beneath the message was another mark, not the familiar three symbols. A small unfinished circle. Theon studied it. One section had deliberately been left open. "What does the circle mean?" Nicanor asked. "I do not know. Callias did not explain it." Theon brought the harbor map from his robe and opened it upon the table. The blank oval in the sea lay between Pharos and the city. Its shape resembled the unfinished circle. He placed the tablet beside the map. The gap in Callias's circle pointed toward the western edge of the oval. Nicanor leaned over the table. "That water is deeper than it appears. You know the place? I know the route around it. What lies there? Usually, nothing." Theon looked up, and when something does, Nicanor smiled faintly. "Fog, unusual reflections, the remains of old stone beneath the water. It depends upon whom you ask." Theon traced the faint line from Pharos toward the blank space. "The map brought me from the library to the cove. Perhaps it was meant to take you farther." Nicanor opened one of the current maps from the shelf and placed it beside Theon's chart. His map showed the water south of the causeway, with several curved lines. "The deeper current enters here," he said. "It passes beneath the surface toward the city. Most boats avoid it because rowing against the return flow is tiring." "Is it dangerous?" "Not in calm weather." Theon examined the markings. The blank oval on the ancient map aligned with the place where the currents met. One entered from the open sea. The other moved outward from the harbor, a place of arrival and departure. Why would the old map leave it unfinished? Theon asked. Perhaps because the water there never appears the same twice. Nicanor pointed toward the western window. Dawn, the city's reflection reaches it. For a short while, Pharos and Alexandria appear together upon the surface. The lighthouse behind, the library ahead, look back from the water. Yes, Theon rolled the ancient map closed. The next stage of the road became clear. Damon would need to row him through the blank place before dawn fully arrived. There, between the guiding fire and the library, Theon would look upon both. Perhaps the scroll would reveal something more. Perhaps it would not. The instruction did not promise an answer, only a view. Nicanor replaced the wooden tablet beneath Callias's lamp. "Did he tell you what choice he made?" Theon asked. "Callias?" "Yes. When he carried the scroll here 30 years ago. He had no choice to make then." Theon waited. Nicanor closed the cabinet. He said he was renewing the road for another keeper. The scroll was not his to release. "And now it is mine?" "I cannot answer that." Theon looked toward the shelves of tokens, current maps, and small lamps. "Callias seems to have made certain no one could answer for me. He trusted you." Theon rested a hand upon the wrapped scroll. "That trust feels heavier than the scroll, only when carried alone." Nicanor's words remained within the room. Theon glanced around the keeper's archive. The librarians had carried part of the responsibility. The sailors another. The lighthouse keepers another. Even Damon's patient waiting belonged to the road. Perhaps no memory was ever carried alone, though one person might be asked to choose its next resting place. Theon moved to the northern window. From there, the great library appeared as a pale arrangement of roofs beyond the dark harbor. Theon could also see the long causeway linking Pharos to the city. Few lamps moved along it. Workers had begun early preparations for the day. The city was waking at its edges. The bakery ovens would soon be lit again. Fishermen would lift nets into boats. Servants would carry water through courtyards. A library attendant might arrive and notice that Theon's usual lamp remained unlit. The thought did not trouble him. For the first time, his absence from the reading hall did not feel like neglect. He had gone where his work required him. Not his official work, something older and quieter. Nicanor placed a covered cup on the table. "Water?" Theon drank. It tasted faintly of clay and smoke. A second cup held diluted wine. They shared it beside the window. Nicanor broke a small piece of dried fig and offered half to Theon. Ate without speaking. Theon watched the sky lighten by degrees, too subtle to notice from moment to moment. The moon remained visible in the west, lower now. Its light had weakened, but it had not disappeared. The lighthouse fire still burned above them. Soon the rising day would make it seem unnecessary. Yet the keepers would tend it until sunlight fully claimed the sea. Guidance was not withdrawn at the first hint that it might no longer be needed. Theon thought of the scroll. If he returned it to the library, would he be preserving guidance for someone not yet born? If he released it, would he be admitting that the sea itself was enough? If he carried it elsewhere, would he be extending the road or merely delaying the choice? The archive around him offered no final answer, but it changed the question. The scroll did not need to remain because libraries alone could preserve memory, nor did it need to vanish because possession was dangerous. Between keeping and releasing lay many forms of care. A lamp left burning, a name carved upon wood, a prayer preserved without translation, a map showing only one difficult current. Theon placed his empty cup on the table. "How high are we?" "Higher than your knees would prefer." "That is true. There is one more chamber I would show you. It is safe, and the stairs are fewer." Theon looked toward the scroll, toward the fire. "Near enough to feel it, not near enough to lose your eyebrows." They left the archive. Theon climbed with greater care now. The stairs narrowed slightly, though the inner wall still provided a firm handhold. Warm air descended from above. The smell of smoke strengthened. At the next landing, an attendant passed them carrying an empty oil jar. He stepped aside for Theon and greeted Nicanor. "The eastern mirror is set, and the flame steady." The attendant continued downward. Nicanor opened the bronze-bound door. The chamber beyond was circular. It surrounded the central shaft through which heat and sound traveled from the summit. The fire itself remained one level above, hidden behind thick stone and metal screens. 4 wide windows faced the directions of the sea. Benches had been built beneath them. The walls held racks for tools, folded cloths, and smaller polished mirrors. A bronze plate near the ceiling reflected a warm moving glow. Theon entered. The fire's presence filled the room without overwhelming it. A steady golden light moved across the stone. The sound resembled a large hearth heard from another room. Theon felt the warmth on his face. Nicanor opened the western shutter. Cool sea air entered. Below them, Pharos spread toward the water. The storehouses appeared no larger than writing boxes. Daemon's blue-painted boat rested at the southern landing, a small dark shape beside the pier. A figure sat within it, waiting. Beyond Daemon lay the harbor. Beyond the harbor stood Alexandria. The Great Library was visible between gardens and palace buildings. Its roofs caught the last moonlight and the first suggestion of dawn. Theon placed the scroll upon the bench. He sat beside it. From this height, the city no longer seemed small in the same way it had from the boat. He could see how its streets joined one another, how courtyards opened behind walls, and how the shore curved to receive the harbor. The library formed one part of a larger pattern, not the center, not the edge, one place among many where people tried to understand the world. The moon lowered toward the western roofs. In the east, a pale gray band touched the sea. The lighthouse fire remained golden behind Theon. City before him slowly emerged from darkness. Nicanor stood near the opposite window, allowing Theon to look without conversation. Theon drew out the old harbor map. He opened it across his lap. The unfinished section of water lay between the painted Pharos and Alexandria. From the high chamber he could see the actual place. At first it appeared no different from the surrounding harbor. Then the changing light revealed a faint boundary. The sea within the oval reflected the city more clearly than the water around it. Even at this distance, Theon could see pale shapes gathering upon its surface. The causeway, the lower walls of Pharos, a portion of the city shore. The reflections met there but did not join cleanly. They shifted over one another as the current moved. "The unfinished water," Theon said. Nicanor came to the window. "Boatmen use other names." "What names?" "The joining current, the quiet turning. One old keeper called it the place between departures." "Does Daemon know the route?" "Every boatman knows it. Few choose it, unless the water is calm." The sea remained calm. Theon examined the faint line on the map. From the cove it curved north around the island and entered the blank oval. From there another nearly invisible line returned toward Alexandria, not toward the public quay, toward the shore below the library gardens. Theon had not noticed it before, because the paint had faded into the linen. The road had always continued home, but not directly. He would return by way of the unfinished sea. Theon rolled the map closed. The wrapped scroll rested beside him. Its shape appeared simple beneath the pale cloth. No silver light moved through it. No scent of salt reached him above the smoke and sea air of the lighthouse. Yet he now knew what it carried, or, more accurately, what it allowed to pass. He looked down toward Daemon's boat. The boatman had kept his promise without knowing how long the journey would require. Theon looked toward the library. Its western rooms remained hidden within the larger building. Somewhere behind the painted wall stood the empty cedar shelf. He looked toward the eastern sea. The first gray light widened. 3 directions. Return. Carry onward. Release. Theon understood that he was not ready to choose among them from the lighthouse. Culeus had known this. A decision made while standing beside the library would favor preservation. A decision made in the listening place might favor release. A decision made only at the lighthouse might favor guidance and continued service. He needed to stand between them, not within stone walls, not upon the shore, upon the water where reflections met. The blank place was not merely a clue drawn upon an old map. It was where the choice could be seen without belonging fully to either side. Nicanor closed the eastern shutter slightly as the wind shifted. "You should leave soon," he said. "The reflections are clearest before the sun reaches the city roofs." Theon nodded. "Will the lower stairs remain lit?" "Yes." Nicanor looked at the scroll. "Have you decided?" "No." "Good." Theon smiled. Most people prefer a quicker answer. Most people do not spend their lives tending a flame that becomes invisible every morning. Theon rose. He wrapped the map securely and placed it inside his robe. Then he lifted the scroll. The bundle no longer felt hollow, nor did it feel heavy. It rested in his arms with the quiet weight of something entrusted but not owned. Before leaving, Theon returned to the western window. Alexandria lay across the harbor. The moon touched the edge of the city. The first birds moved above the shoreline. Below, Damon's boat shifted gently beside the pier. Behind Theon, the lighthouse fire burned with the patience of a star close to earth. He carried all 3 images with him: the library that remembered, the lighthouse that guided, the boat waiting between them. Theon lowered his gaze to the ancient map one final time. The blank oval no longer appeared empty. It waited upon the linen like an unfinished sentence whose meaning could be known only by entering the space after the final written word. And for the first time, Theon understood that the sea had not been left unfinished, because the mapmaker lacked knowledge. It had been left open, because a decision still needed room to move. He folded the map, held the scroll close, and followed Nicanor toward the descending stair. Far below, Damon waited to row him into the place where Alexandria and Pharos met upon the water, and where, before the morning fully arrived, the last librarian would look back upon the world he had served from a shore that belonged to neither leaving nor return. Theon followed Nicanor down from the upper chamber, while the first colorless light gathered beyond the eastern windows. The descent felt different from the climb. Before, each level of the lighthouse had seemed to lead toward something unknown. Now the tower opened beneath him in familiar layers. Warm stone, broad stairs, the quiet labor of attendants, and the steady presence of the fire above. Theon moved carefully, one hand resting upon the wall. The scroll lay beneath his other arm, wrapped in pale linen and held by the loosened blue cord. Its broken seal rested safely within his robe beside the wooden tally and the old harbor map. Nicanor carried no lamp. The tower no longer needed one in every passage. Gray morning light had begun entering through the narrow windows, faint but sufficient to reveal the edges of the stairs. They passed 2 attendants carrying empty oil jars downward. The vessels had been blackened near their rims. One attendant held his jar against his hip, while the other balanced his upon one shoulder, the same way laborers carried water through the city. Both stepped aside for Theon. Above them, another keeper adjusted one of the copper mirrors. The metal shifted with a dull scrape, followed by the turning of a wooden brace. Fire still burned. Its glow moved along the central shaft, warmer than the approaching dawn. Theon paused beside a window and looked east. The sky had lightened, but the sun had not yet appeared. The sea and air were almost the same shade, divided only by a narrow dark line at the horizon. The flame remains strong, Theon said. Nicanor rested his hand upon the stair rail. It will remain until the day can fully replace it, even though ships can already see the shore. Some can. And the others may still need the light, they continued. The answer stayed with Theon. Guidance was not withdrawn merely because its work was nearly finished. The tower did not decide that the first hint of dawn was sufficient for every traveler. It remained until there was no longer any doubt. They passed the keeper's chamber without entering. Through the open doorway, Theon glimpsed the shelves of tokens and small clay lamps. One wick still glowed inside a shallow bowl. A younger keeper sat at the wooden table, adding a line to the night's record. He dipped a stylus into dark wax, paused to recall a detail, and then wrote. The record would not contain everything the night had held. It would not mention the hidden cove, the scroll or the voices carried by the sea. It would perhaps say only that the wind remained calm and that one small blue boat waited near the southern landing. That was enough. Not every truth needed the same form of preservation. Theon and Nicanor reached the bench where Callias had once rested. Theon did not sit this time. He touched the smooth wood briefly as he passed. Callias had climbed these stairs carrying the scroll. Years later, Theon had followed. The two journeys were not the same. They did not need to be. At the lower level, the attendants had begun opening the outer storage doors. Cool air entered among the oil jars. Somewhere near the entrance, a broom moved across stone. The sleeping men had risen. Their mats were folded against the wall. One rubbed his face with water from a clay basin, while the other tied his sandals. The tower was moving from night work toward morning work without a clear moment between them. Theon found comfort in this, too. An ending did not always arrive as a closed door. Sometimes one duty simply softened into the next. At the outer passage, Nicanor stopped beside a narrow cabinet built into the wall. He opened it and removed a small round object wrapped in cloth. Theon expected another lamp. Instead, Nicanor unfolded the cloth to reveal a polished copper disc. It was slightly wider than Theon's palm. A small circular opening had been cut through its center, and 3 shallow lines crossed its surface from edge to edge. The copper had been polished so carefully that it held a dim reflection of both men. "What is it?" Theon asked. "A turning marker. For currents. For light upon currents." Nicanor placed the disc in Theon's hand. It was heavier than it appeared. When boatmen enter water where 2 flows meet, they sometimes lose their sense of direction. The shore appears still, yet the vessel turns beneath them. Theon tilted the disc. The reflection of the doorway traveled over its surface. The marker is placed flat upon the water. Nicanor continued. A small rim beneath it allows it to float. If the current is balanced, the 3 lines will point toward 3 fixed lights. The lighthouse, the city, and the dawn, depending upon the hour. Theon turned it over. A low raised edge circled the underside. Near it, someone had scratched the outline of an unfinished circle. Theon looked at Nicanor. "Callias used this?" "I do not know. It belonged to my grandfather. He said it should be offered if the scroll returned." Theon traced the broken circle. Then he expected this night too, perhaps. Nicanor folded the cloth and handed it to him as well. "Copper cools quickly upon the water. Hold only the edge when you lift it." Theon placed the disc carefully beside the scroll. Nicanor opened the outer door. The sea wind entered. Beyond the arch, the lowest stones of Pharos lay beneath the weakening moon. The storehouses had become clearer. Their walls no longer shapes of darkness, but shades of gray and brown. Theon stepped outside. Nicanor remained in the doorway. "Take nothing from the water that it does not offer," Keeper said, and leave nothing until you understand why." Theon inclined his head. "You have given no advice about the scroll. You did not climb the tower to borrow my decision." "No. And you would not thank me for giving it." "That is also true." Nicanor's eyes moved toward the wrapped bundle. "Whatever you choose, remember that a flame and a page serve only while someone is willing to receive what they offer." Theon considered the words. Then he thanked the keeper, and turned toward the southern landing. Nicanor did not watch him for long. Work of the tower continued. Before Theon reached the first storehouse, he heard the outer door close behind him. The island had begun to wake. A fisherman stood beside an overturned boat, rubbing oil into a cracked wooden peg. Near another hut, a woman poured seawater from a jar over a pile of nets to soften them before repair. Neither paid much attention to Theon. A gull stepped across the roof of a storehouse, pausing every few paces to look down at the ground. The lighthouse fire remained visible above the walls, though its brightness seemed reduced by the growing sky. The moon was still present in the west, pale, lower, almost transparent. At the southern landing, Damon had prepared the boat. The cloth had been removed from the oars. A small water jar stood beneath the forward bench, along with a coil of rope and a folded outer cloak. Damon was tightening the leather around one oar handle. He looked up as Theon approached. "You were gone long enough for my boat to stop complaining. Has it forgiven the pier?" "No. It has simply chosen silence as a more effective form of disapproval." Theon descended the first step. Damon studied the scroll and the copper disc resting beside it. "The keepers gave you something, a marker for the current." Damon's expression became more attentive. "Then we are not crossing directly." "No." Theon drew the ancient map from inside his robe. Damon stepped closer. They unrolled it across the upper stone of the landing. The faint morning light made the old painted lines more difficult to see, but the blank oval remained distinct. Theon pointed to the route curving away from Pharos and through its center. Damon followed the line with one weathered finger. The quiet turning. Nicanor said some call it place between departures. My father called it the joining current. Which name is correct? All of them, depending upon whether one is entering, leaving, or trying to explain it afterward. Damon leaned nearer the map. "This route is older than the one most boatmen use. It enters from the south and lets the outer current carry the vessel north, for the harbor water turns it toward the city." "Can we follow it in this weather?" "Yes." Theon looked across the harbor. The surface remained calm. Small waves touched the island wall, but beyond them the water appeared broad and even. "We must pass through the blank place before returning to Alexandria." Damon rolled the map carefully. "Then we will." "You ask very few questions. I have found that questions are best asked when the other person knows the answer, and when he does not, then a boat is often more useful." Theon smiled. Damon secured the map beneath the woven canopy and helped him into the vessel. The boat shifted. Theon placed one foot upon the rear board, then lowered himself onto the bench. The scroll rested across his lap. He kept the copper marker beside him, wrapped in its cloth. Damon untied the rope. For the first time since Theon had met him, the boatman did not push away immediately. He stood upon the lowest stone step and looked toward the lighthouse. The fire above remained visible. Damon touched the fingers to his forehead. It was a small gesture, neither formal nor theatrical, and he stepped into the boat, took the oars, and guided them away from Pharos. The southern wall moved slowly behind them. At first they traveled near the rocks, where the water held dark reflections of the island. The boat rose and lowered gently as the open sea reached around the edge of the harbor. Damon rowed with steady strokes. He did not aim directly toward Alexandria. Instead, he followed the southern side of Pharos before turning gradually north. The lighthouse remained behind Theon. Theon sat facing the city, but every so often he looked over his shoulder. From the water, the tower's shape changed as they moved. Its lower stones disappeared behind the island. The broad base became narrower. The summit fire seemed to float above the pale morning air. Alexandria head grew clearer, roofs separated from one another. Columns peered along the waterfront. The causeway extended between city and island in a dark line. Fishing boats were beginning to leave the sheltered harbor. Their crews raised small sails or pushed from the quay with long poles. One vessel passed at a distance, carrying 3 men and a stack of shallow baskets. A man near the bow lifted his hand to Damon. Damon returned the greeting without changing his rowing rhythm. The city had begun producing sound again. It reached the boat softly, the call of a harbor worker, the creak of a lifting crane, a dog barking near the lower market, a bell from somewhere inland, marking an hour Theon no longer needed to count. During most of his life, the sound would have meant that someone was opening the library doors. An assistant would enter the western hall with fresh oil. A scribe might arrive early to claim a place near the best window. Theon would inspect the work left from the previous day. This morning he traveled toward the library from the sea. A difference felt both strange and natural. Damon looked ahead. The outer current will take us soon. How will you recognize it? The boat will begin disagreeing with the oars. Theon glanced at the blue-painted side. It seems to disagree often. Only with me. With the sea it becomes polite. Damon rowed several more strokes. Then the Ralstor entered the water at a different angle. The blade seemed to move sideways beneath the surface. Damon corrected it gently. "The first edge," he said. Ethan folded the map. The faint line entered the blank oval from the southeast. Their position appeared close. He studied the actual water. Nothing marked the current. There was no line upon the sea, no change in color. Yet the boat's movement had altered. Pharos no longer receded directly behind them. It began sliding toward the left. Damon continued rowing forward. "The current is turning us." "Yes. Should you resist?" "Not yet." Damon shortened his strokes. The boat moved more quietly. Theon rested the map beside him and watched Alexandria. The library had begun catching the first weak light of morning. Its upper columns appeared pale against the still-shadowed city. The sight stirred no ache in him. Not now. He thought, instead of the shelves, windows and tables awaiting the day. Other hands would lift the shutters. Other lamps would be trimmed. Perhaps no one would know that a hidden road had been traveled during the night. Theon felt no need for them to know. Damon's oars dipped. Water slid from the blades in thin streams. "Did your father teach you this current?" Theon asked. "He taught me where he believed it began." "And where does it begin?" Damon looked toward the open sea. He changed his answer often. What were the answers? "When I was a child, he said it began beyond Cyprus, and later near the mouth of the Nile. When he was old, he said it began wherever a boat first stopped trying to command it." Theon smiled. "That answer sounds designed to prevent further questions." They failed. Damon rested briefly between strokes. "My father owned a larger boat than this one, broad with a red sail and enough room for cargo. What happened to it? It grew older, as boats do, as fathers do." Damon's tone carried no sadness, only recognition. "One winter the hull began taking water faster than repairs could prevent it. He sold the sail and kept the mast for firewood. And the boat, we drew it onto the shore and removed what could be used. The wood became shelves, A door and part of this boat. Theon looked beneath his feet. This boat carries the other, some of it. You know which boards. I knew once. And now? Eamon shrugged. Doesn't matter. Theon ran his palm over the edge of the bench. Life continued without every piece retaining its name. The old vessel had not survived as a complete object. Yet its wood still crossed the harbor. The scroll's future might be similar. Preservation did not always require unchanged form. Damon resumed rowing. My mother disliked my father's boat, he said. Why? She said the red sail made him too easy to see when he returned late. That seems useful, not to a man hoping to invent a better story about where he had been. Theon laughed. Damon's mother became briefly present between them, not as the woman from the letter, but as someone standing on a quay, watching a red sail approach and preparing questions. Damon had carried her without a written record. The details lived where they were needed. What do you remember of the letter I read? Theon asked. Very little. The answer surprised him. You remembered her complaint about the heat. I remember because she complained in every letter. What else? She asked whether the courtyard cistern had been repaired. And the rest, Damon thought. I remember your voice. Theon looked at him. Not the words, some words, but mostly the sound of them becoming hers. Damon's hands moved gently on the oars. I had carried the letter for 2 days, before asking anyone to read it. It felt private. I did not want a market scribe laughing at her spelling. She wrote well. She wrote as she spoke, quickly, and with no concern for whether the listener was ready. Theon remembered the uneven letters and the affection within them. You did not laugh, Damon said. You read slowly. When a line was unclear, you did not pretend to know it. You said, Your mother may mean this, but the word could also be that. Readers should not place certainty where none was written. I did not understand why it mattered then. And now I have lived long enough to hear many people speak with certainty about waters they have never crossed. Theon looked toward the old map. A blank space could be more honest than a false coastline. The boat entered another layer of the current. The change was gentle. The waves flattened around them. The small sounds of the harbor seemed to move farther away. Oh, Alexandria had drawn closer. Damon lowered the oars. Blades remained upon the surface. The boat continued. We are near it, he said. Theon took out the copper disc. Morning air had cooled the metal. He held it at the rim and removed the cloth. The 3 shallow lines on its surface reflected the sky. Damon looked at it. My father had one like that. What became of it? He lost it. In the current? In our kitchen. My mother used it beneath a hot pot. Theon turned the marker over. Did it still work? It prevented the table from burning. Then it remained useful. Damon smiled. Theon leaned over the side and placed the disc upon the water. It floated. For several breaths, it moved beside the boat, carried at the same pace. The copper surface caught the paling sky. One of the 3 lines pointed toward Pharos. Another pointed toward Alexandria. The third remained directed toward the open sea. Theon held the cloth strip attached to the marker so it would not drift away. The disc rotated slowly. The lighthouse reflection appeared upon its surface as a small golden mark. The city's pale shoreline crossed the opposite side. A dim band of light from the east rested along the 3rd line. The 3 lights, Jan said. Damon lifted the oars completely from the water. The boat began to turn. Not sharply. It rotated with the slow patience of a leaf caught in a quiet pool. Pharos moved from behind Theon toward his left shoulder. Alexandria shifted across the bow. The open sea appeared at the right. Theon felt no sense of being pulled. There was only movement, without effort. The copper marker turned with him. Its 3 lines remained aligned toward lighthouse, city, and dawn. "We are entering the center," Damon said. "How can you tell?" "The marker has stopped choosing." Theon watched it. The disk no longer rotated. The water held it perfectly still even while the boat continued its slow turning. The oars rested across Damon's knees. He allowed the current to carry them. Theon touched the inside of his robe. The wooden tally felt damp. He drew it out. Tiny grains of salt had gathered along the carved wave. Moisture darkened the wood around the star and open eye. Yet the rest of his robe remained dry. The scroll warmed across his lap. It did not move. The blue cord stayed loose but secure. Theon breathed slowly. They had reached the unfinished water. The physical shores remained present, Pharos behind, Alexandria ahead, the open sea to one side, the inner harbor to the other. But their reflections gathered beneath the boat more clearly than the buildings themselves. A lighthouse appeared upon the water, as a long golden tower laid across the surface. The library stood beside it, its pale columns extending downward into depth. The 2 reflections met beneath the hull. Stone that stood far apart on land touched within the moving sea. Theon looked back. He obeyed Callias's final instruction, not as one obeyed an order, but as one completed a gesture begun long ago. The lighthouse rose behind him. Its fire still burned, though the sky had begun weakening its color. The tower guided vessels inward, and released them outward. It offered light without asking where ships intended to go after leaving its reach. Theon turned toward Alexandria. The great library caught the first warm suggestion of dawn upon one upper wall. Its windows remained mostly dark. Within it rested recorded thought, collected language, and the patient work of generations. The building preserved without knowing who would enter next. Between them floated Damon's small boat. Theon sat within no institution. No stone surrounded him. No shelf determined where the scroll belonged. The current held them between departure and return. For a few breaths, the boat seemed to travel nowhere. The open sea breathed beyond Pharos. Alexandria wakened along the harbor. Neither claimed the water beneath them. Theon looked at the wrapped scroll. His 3 choices had seemed separate in a cove. Return it. Carry it onward. Release it. Here they began to overlap. Returning the scroll to the library did not need to mean placing it once more behind a hidden wall, where secrecy might slowly become possession. Releasing it to the sea did not need to mean denying future listeners the peace he had received. Carrying it elsewhere did not need to mean keeping it for himself. The true question was not where the scroll should rest. The question was what relationship people would be permitted to have with it. Would it become a treasure, a subject of study, a secret belonging to one keeper? Or could it remain a path, something approached carefully, carried by trust and returned regularly to the place from which its memories came? Theon placed the copper marker against the side of the boat, keeping its cord in his hand. He loosened the blue binding around the scroll. Damon watched but did not interrupt. The pale linen opened. Salt scent entered the morning air. Theon lifted the scroll and unrolled only a small section across his knees. No water touched it. No moonlight remained strong enough to awaken the wide silver memories from the cove. For a moment the papyrus appeared blank. Then the reflections beneath the boat moved. A lighthouse golden line passed through the water below the scroll. The librarian's pale image crossed it. A narrow silver path appeared upon the page. Theon did not lean close. He did not try to decipher it. He allowed the images to form. The hidden shelf appeared first. It stood empty behind the painted wall. Dust lay upon the cedar. The secret chamber waited. The image carried no promise that the shelf must be filled. It was simply one possible future. The scroll rested there, sealed again. Years passed. A new keeper entered. The figure's face remained indistinct. It might have been a man or woman, young or old. The person held a lamp and looked at the wrapped bundle with the same careful curiosity Theon had felt. Then the image changed. Callias crossed the library at night, the renewed scroll beneath his cloak. Theon saw his mentor not as he had heard him in the cove, but as an elderly man returning from Pharos. Callias paused in the western reading hall. He placed one hand upon a table and looked toward the apprentices' desks. For a brief moment, the younger Theon appeared asleep over a stack of catalogue notes. Callias smiled. Theon had no memory of this. Perhaps it had happened. Perhaps it was only a possibility held within the scroll's moving language. The image softened. A boy sat beside the sea while an old librarian held a shell to his ear. The child listened. The old man said nothing. Behind them, the lighthouse burned. Farther along the shore, a building of pale stone stood among gardens. It might have been the Great Library, or another house of books, not yet built. The boy lowered the shell. His face showed no desire to own the sound, only wonder. The silver path shifted again. The lighthouse and library appeared connected by a line across the water. Along it moved 3 small lights. One came from the library, one from Pharos, one from a boat. They met in the center, separated, and returned to their different shores. Theon felt the meaning before he could name it. No single keeper carried the whole road. One protected the place of memory. One maintained the guiding light. One carried the listener between them. The scroll did not belong to any one of the 3. It belonged to the journey formed by their trust. The images faded. The page became pale again. Theon did not close it yet. He placed the wooden tally beside the open section. The wave, star, and open eye rested against the blank papyrus. Below them, the 3 reflections remained aligned. The wave upon the tally pointed toward the open sea. The star pointed toward the lighthouse fire. The open eye faced Alexandria. The copper marker floated beside the boat. Its unfinished circle reflected upward through the water. Theon looked down. The shadow of the boat crossed the copper disk. The curved hull completed the open section of the circle. For the first time, the mark became whole. Theon understood. The incomplete circle was not another symbol to be interpreted. It was a place deliberately left for the keeper. The wave could move. The star could guide. The eye could witness. But none could choose. The final mark appeared only when a person stood freely among them. Callias had not failed to finish the circle. He had refused to finish it on Theon's behalf. The boat turned another small distance. The completed reflection broke apart. The circle became unfinished once more. The choice remained with him. Theon closed his eyes. He did not return to the voices of the cove. He did not ask Callias for another message. He listened to what was present. Damon's slow breathing, a faint tap of an oar against wood, the city awakening, water moving beneath the hull, the great lighthouse fire becoming less visible as the sky brightened. No answer arrived from outside him. But the shape of one had begun to form. The scroll should not return to the hidden shelf unchanged. If it did, the next keeper might follow the same road, but secrecy would remain concentrated within the library. The building would appear to own the mystery, even if no catalogue named it. Nor should the scroll be released permanently into the sea. The memory belonged to the water, but the scroll had become a place where human attention and the sea could meet. Destroying it would close a path simply because earlier guardians had guarded it imperfectly. The scroll should continue, but differently, not as a possession, not as an object displayed to satisfy curiosity, not as a hidden treasure entrusted to one aging librarian. It would belong to a small road of shared guardianship. A librarian would protect the written path. A lighthouse keeper would preserve the signs and timing. A boatman would carry the listener across. None would possess the scroll. None would know every part alone. The scroll would return to the listening place often enough that it never became merely dry papyrus stored behind stone. It would remain close to the sea, yet protected from accident and weather. Those who came after would not be told what they must hear. They would not approach as scholars demanding facts. They would have to follow the road slowly, without certainty of reward. The hidden shelf would no longer hold the scroll. It would hold the first instruction, a map, perhaps, a record explaining that the scroll belonged to no ruler, institution, or collector. Theon would write carefully, but not completely. He would leave enough for a future keeper to begin, not enough to allow the road to be taken by force. The lighthouse archive would hold another part. Damon, or someone he trusted after him, would carry the final living portion in memory. Theon opened his eyes. The decision brought no sudden light. The water did not change color. The scroll remained blank, yet something within him settled, not into certainty that every difficulty had been solved, into willingness. He would not decide the scroll's future forever. No keeper could. He would shape the next part of its row and leave room for those who followed to care for it differently when their time arrived. Theon rolled the scroll close. He wrapped it again in the pale linen and tied the blue cord loosely. The broken seal remained separate. He would not restore it. A new guardianship should not pretend the old secrecy had never been broken. Theon placed the bundle across his lap. Damon waited. The boatman had watched the scroll open, but he had looked more often at the water than at the page. Theon appreciated this. "Damon," he said. The boatman turned toward him. "Would you carry someone across this water again?" Damon glanced toward Pharos. "Someone in particular? Someone who came with the old map, or with a sign from the library? Someone who asked to reach the southern cove?" Damon rested one hand upon the oar. Would this person know what waited there? Not fully. And would I? No. Damon considered. The current moved the boat another fraction of a circle. What would I need to know? That the person must come without demanding an answer. Damon looked at Theon. And how would I know that? You might not. Then I would have to decide. Yes. Damon looked down at his hands. Theon did not hurry him. The boat floated between the library and lighthouse. At last, Damon nodded. I would carry them, even without knowing what they might find. A boatman rarely knows what a passenger will find on the opposite shore. Theon smiled. There may be years before anyone comes. There may. You may grow too old to row. I am already too old to row according to several people who do not own boats. And after you? Damon looked toward the fishing vessels leaving the harbor. My sister's grandson sometimes works with me. He asks too many questions, but he keeps promises. Would you tell him? When he is old enough to understand, a secret is not the same as a possession. Theon nodded. That is all I would ask. Damon looked at the wrapped scroll. Then you have chosen. I have chosen the next part, not the end. The sea did not show me an end. Damon took up the oars, but did not lower them yet. The part belongs to me. To carry the listener when the road opens. And the scroll. It will not remain with you. Damon appeared relieved. My boat already has enough opinions without carrying a talking scroll. It did not speak in the ordinary way. That is what people often say before giving a boatman troublesome cargo. Theon laughed softly. The movement of the current had begun changing. The copper marker turned. One line drifted away from Pharos. Another shifted toward Alexandria. Damon noticed. We are leaving the center. Theon lifted the disk by its edge. It had grown cold, just as Nicanor warned. Water slid from the polished surface. The unfinished circle on its underside held a thin line of salt. Theon dried the disk with its cloth and placed it beside the scroll. Damon lowered the oars. At first, he allowed the blades to rest within the water without pulling. The current straightened the boat. Its bow turned toward Alexandria. Only then did Damon begin rowing. The quiet turning released them gently. The flat water gave way to small harbor waves. Sound returned more clearly. A gull called overhead. From a nearby fishing boat came the murmur of two men discussing a net. The city's waterfront had brightened. Warm color touched the upper stones of several buildings. The lighthouse behind them remained visible, though its fire now appeared pale against the morning sky. Theon looked back once more. The tower stood upon Pharos, steady and distant. Its reflection no longer reached the boat. Ahead, the great library caught the first direct light upon its western roof. For a few moments, the building seemed almost golden. Damon rowed toward the faint route marked on the old map. They would not return to the public quay. The current would take them near the shore below the library gardens, where a narrow service landing had once been used to receive bundles of papyrus and supplies. Theon had not visited it in many years. He wondered whether the steps remained passable. The final work of the night waited there. He would need to enter the western wing once more. He would need to stand before the empty shelf. He would need to decide what instructions could be safely written, and what should remain within living memory. Someone would arrive at the library soon. Perhaps an assistant, perhaps a caretaker opening the courtyard doors. Theon would have to choose whom to trust with the first portion of the road. He did not yet know who that person would be. This uncertainty no longer troubled him. The new guardianship could not begin as a perfect structure. It would begin as all quiet traditions began, with one person trusting another enough to offer a small responsibility. The scroll rested calmly upon his knees. Its warmth had faded. It felt like ordinary papyrus again. Theon placed one hand over the pale linen. He no longer held it as the last keeper of a dying secret. He held it as the first keeper of a more open road. Behind them, the reflections of Pharos and Alexandria separated as the boat moved beyond the joining current. The lighthouse returned to its own portion of the sea. The library's image stretched toward the shore. The blank water remained between them, unfinished and complete. Theon looked toward the city. Smoke rose from the first bakery fires. Workers moved along the quay. A row of birds lifted from the palace roofs and crossed the morning sky. Alexandria was becoming itself again. Yet Theon knew that when he stepped ashore, he would not return as the man who had left the library courtyard. His official service had ended. His care had not. Damon pulled the oars through the brightening water. Each stroke carried them nearer the old garden landing. The lighthouse flame faded behind them, not extinguished, only made less visible by the growing day. The library ahead received the sun, and between those two forms of light, Theon held the scroll without fear, knowing at last that its future would belong neither to stone shells nor to the open sea alone. It would belong to the quiet road between them, a road carried by memory, a road guided by trust, a road left open for those who came without demanding that every mystery become their own.